for property damage. Pulled into the PVA, the BP, Cleveland Road and Matthews Road.
Oh, thank you.
Ford Explorer is a suspect vehicle. The operator was last seen walking into the gas station, and an F-150 is a victim standing by there as well.
Hey guys, I'm going to turn off the scanner for the moment because
35 to 53.
The scanner, I think, is just going to be confusing to people as they talk about other things. So our viewer, Tony Laughlin, I think it was, just sent me this. Nightdale, NC, North Carolina, says, we have actively been monitoring the situation regarding the active shooter in eastern Raleigh, and we can now inform you that the suspect has been captured. There is no longer any threat to the public. Posted Thursday. That's from the city of Nightdale, North Carolina. So I'm going to update we have a city now saying the suspect is in custody. So that sounds, and a WRAL also said in custody, but this is now a local government saying that the suspect is in custody. So let me just update this headline real quick.
Hang on one second, guys. I'm going to fix everything real quick, and we'll be back up and running. Give me a second.
Okay. And let me just real quick just do this. There. Okay, 8 minutes until we hear from police. 8 minutes. We are going to be hearing from police in 8 minutes, and I believe local officials as well.
So right now we had an active shooter in Raleigh, North Carolina.
Yeah, AP is also reporting he is in suspect arrested. AP, North Carolina city officials, suspect arrested after shooting that wounded multiple people. That's from Philip Lewis. So we now have AP reporting it as well.
Good afternoon, everybody.
All right, so we have 7 minutes until, and WRAL says sources now say suspect is alive and in custody after shooting. And ABC 11 is saying one officer and 5 or 6 people dead. I'll turn the scanner back on it to see if there's anything else. But we now have, AP, WRAL, and the city of Nightdale all saying he's in custody. We're waiting to hear from police.
$165 at 1915. 165 at 1915. Go ahead.
So we have an active shooter in Raleigh, North Carolina.
In 5 minutes, we're supposed to hear from police. In 5 minutes, we're supposed to hear from police and local officials. By the way, I think if we're hearing from police, I don't think police would have. I think that tells me that
27 on a William Chittendale out of Clayton. The signal 13, negative 29 off miles. Checked him in Florida, and
the fact that we're hearing from police tells me that the situation is under control, because I feel like they schedule. My guess is that police scheduled that update once he was in custody. All right, we're waiting. It's 8:25. At 8:30, police are speaking. Hang on, I'm just trying to catch up and look at some of the things you've been sending me as well. Thank you for writing in. Hang on a second here. Yeah, there's a lot of rumors floating around right now, but the scanner's not on right now because it's just most of what we're hearing on the scanner is not about this. So I wanted to just take a second, and I felt like it was getting confusing for everybody. We're going to be hearing, guys, in the next couple minutes, we're going to be hearing from the police anyway. So that'll tell us that'll be the big update when we hear from police. It's supposed to be at 8:30. It's currently 8:27. Because the last few minutes of the scanner I've had on, it's just talking about other things. Let me just get set up here. Let me just get set up here real quick. Give me one moment. I want to be able to show this to you.
At 709 Daniel Ridge Road. At 709 Daniel Ridge Road. Cross of Charlie Creek Lane and Big Falls Drive. Wendell engine 113.
Yeah, I'm going to turn off the scanner. Sorry, so look.
Channel TAC 21.
Yeah, I'm going to turn off the scanner right now. So look, it is 8:28. This press conference is supposed to be at 8:30. We're going to bring you live coverage of it. That's when we'll hear more from police, from local officials about what happened. So that's going to be the most reliable information. And any time now we'll be hearing from them. I'm just checking around here.
I'm trying to get live footage on scene. Trying to get to where it's on scene live footage right now.
And it is not... There are microphones set up. The press conference has not started yet, but there are microphones set up in the area. I can see a podium. So we'll be bringing you live coverage of this. Okay, now look, Raleigh police says no suspects are in custody at this time. Look at this, guys. Raleigh police just posted no suspects in custody, even though even though the city of a nearby city said the shooter was in custody. WRAL says the shooter is in custody. Associated Press said the shooter's in custody.
Jesus. So I'm guessing
they're saying no suspects in custody. They just posted this right now. I don't know if that's true. We'll have to see. It's kind of confusing now. Let me just, while we're waiting for the press conference to start, let me update the headline. So we'll see. We'll find out soon enough. How about this? How about this? Unclear if shooter in custody in Raleigh, 5 or 6 reported dead. There, we'll go with that. Unclear if shooter in custody in Raleigh, 5 or 6 reported dead. We'll go for that. We'll go with that headline for now. But again, the police just said no suspects in custody. Well, we'll be hearing from them shortly. Give me one moment, guys. I am just getting stuff set up here.
Carbon monoxide alarm at 5221 Linksland Drive. At 5221 Linksland Drive. Cross of Salem Ridge Road and Bramble Ridge Court. Holly Springs Battalion 1. Engine 1. Squad 1. On channel Ops 2.
Again, we're waiting for the press conference to start, guys. And I am just... One moment. I'm just getting prepared here to bring you the press conference. So I apologize. Anyways, it's unclear whether the suspect is in custody.
Someone with a gun and shot that officer. Later heard 2 officers had been shot. 3 to 4 civilians. Wade Med confirmed to the trauma center to care for there. So this has been an active
Josh Chapin just posted this.
And
there's a podium, there's microphones set up.
And the worrisome and concerning
update from
part
city
for
officials
people,
in a few minutes about this
those of you
active
who are
shooter
watching us
incident
in East Raleigh,
in
we
Raleigh.
know that, according to the information we have from
we will
Raleigh
have
police
live
is
coverage
that
of that
there
for
is still
you
reason
when
for
it
concern.
happens.
And there's reason for you to remain inside your homes with your doors locked and to call 911 if you see or hear anything suspicious. So, reporting from all sides of this, where we can get access in the eastern part of Raleigh tonight to understand the full scope of what has transpired and what continues transpiring right now as we approach 8:30 and that news conference from Raleigh City Hall that we're expecting any minute now.
I know Jamise has been outside that neighborhood. She was the first to get there on our cruise, and she says tonight she's encountering a lot of people you can see lined up there, like we saw earlier today, Steve. You see a lot of brake lights in this video. They're trying to get home and they can't. And of course, that's frustrating, but police have a job to do tonight, and we have to get someone off the streets that we know has shot 2 police officers and 3, 4, or 5 civilians that we'd heard earlier. That number we're going to nail down when we hear from officials at the Raleigh Municipal Building in that press conference. Of course, as soon as they start talking, Steve and I will be very quiet so we can hear those updates. But some of these people won't be able to get home. Jamise actually just updating us that says officers have told these people that it will be hours before they're able to get back into their homes tonight. So this is what Josh said, Steve, this is far from over.
And as I watch that video that Jamise Price sent in, and we get that information from Jamise that it could be hours before some of those people can get in, I can imagine how concerning this is for so many parents. This began happening at rush hour when moms and dads and other caregivers were on their way home. This is a live feed coming in from that neighborhood where people are stuck in traffic. But these are parents there. I'm sure their kids were home, are home alone right now. They can't get there to hug their kids and give them dinner, and they're distanced right now. Some people are at home, but other family members just can't get there. And again, the information from Jamise Price now there on Eagle Trace Drive in the Hedingham neighborhood is it may be hours before some of those people will be let back in.
Yes, yeah, Raleigh, North Carolina.
This has been going on for several hours now, and so a lot of people have questions, and a lot of people are continuing to ask RPD questions on social media, and we're going to get some answers, I think, at some point tonight, hopefully in the next few minutes when Raleigh Police hold their press conference at the municipal building. The mayor's scheduled to be there. A lieutenant from RPD is going to be there as well, and I know that Raleigh Police is the lead agency on this, but they are getting help from several different law enforcement agencies tonight. As far as Charlotte, we heard ATF coming over to assist with this investigation, which is always the case, Steve, when you know that officers have been shot in the line of duty.
Lauren, we're just getting some other information from another law enforcement agency. This is coming in from Nightdale, and this is from the city of Nightdale. They are telling their residents that there is no longer any threat to the public and that the suspect has been captured. So that is not the information we have from RPD yet.
Wow.
That is the information coming in from Nightdale, but it is another important bit of detail we
Raleigh,
need to pass
North
along to you. As we've been telling you all evening, as we've been covering this breaking news for about 3 hours now, that we are trying to piece this together in a concrete fashion as we possibly can, but the details have been slow in coming, and they have been at times to some degree conflicting. But we're sharing with you everything we know the minute we know. And again, the latest information from Nightdale is that the suspect has been captured, and they are saying there's no longer a threat to the public.
I know it's,
So there was an
confusing for
active
people at home
teenage
sometimes
shooter
when they
with a
try to
backpack
understand how
walking
these
with a long
situations
rifle.
unfold. And it's a
As
very
we know
fluid
right
situation.
now, there was
We do have to
an
say this.
off-duty
Some
officer
agencies
that
are
was
better than
killed,
others at
and 4
tweeting
to
out
5 other
information
people
quickly
that was killed by
and
this
alerting
teenager.
their followers to certain things. Other agencies not so much. So we could be finding out first from Nightdale, and it'll come a little bit later from Raleigh Police, or maybe they jumped the gun. We don't know just yet. So we're just reporting what we know. Of course, we're going to find out more from Raleigh city officials in just a few minutes. We know that press conference was scheduled to start at 8:30. But again, when these situations are fluid like this, Steve, they're getting updates just like we're getting updates. And so they want to make sure they're providing the latest updates to the public, especially when everyone is tuned in tonight, wondering, watching,
2
waiting to
officers
see
were reportedly
what has
shot.
happened and how things
3 others are
unfolding.
reportedly hospitalized.
We do have a crew on the
at
scene,
Wake
Raleigh City
Med.
Hall here in downtown Raleigh.
So
They will
there's
take that news conference live. You'll see it as it happens here in the minutes ahead.
There's
as
several
soon as the
people that
mayor
have been
and the
shot.
lieutenant from the Raleigh Police Department step
Multiple have
forward.
passed away.
I know a lot of you are joining us and joining our coverage here every minute, and so it's important to show you what was happening earlier this evening from Chopper 11 overhead. When we began covering this, just about 5:45, 5:50 is when we were first on the air after the Raleigh Police Department sent out a notification that
police
people in the
officers and
Hedingham
5 others
neighborhood needed to
reportedly shot.
shelter in place. They needed to remain inside and call 911 if they saw any suspicious activity. And you saw that massive police presence there in Hedingham. You saw police officers going block to block in their hunt for this shooter. And as we say, source information suggests it started with an encounter between an off-duty Raleigh police officer and a teenage male gunman along the Neuse River Greenway Trail.
All right, Jamise, you've been in that neighborhood there at Eagle Trace for quite some time, talking to people, walking up and down in the neighborhood as far as you can go. What can you tell us at this hour?
All right, we're waiting to get Jamise Price connected there. She's dialing into our system so she can hear us. So the minute she gets connected, we will connect with Jamise. In the meantime, let's show you this video from Chopper 11 overhead, and it really helps you understand the scope of what we were dealing with. Our crew in Chopper 11 reported seeing 3 major different crime scenes in the Hedingham neighborhood. And you can kind of make sense of this as you're looking at this, and you can see these armored SWAT vehicles going in as well as this hunt was underway, this manhunt for the gunman, and the Highway Patrol helicopter in the air assisting with overhead surveillance in that search as well. And let's go to Jamise Price now. She is dialed in. Jamise, what are you seeing there in the Hedingham neighborhood?
Hey, Steve, we went deeper into this neighborhood. I went as far as I could possibly go up on Eagle Trace all the way to Persimmon Ridge, and that's where another officer cruiser is set up blocking people from coming any further into the neighborhood. So again, you still have these folks who cannot get into their homes. The officer telling drivers that this is going to be another 2 to 3 hours that they will be waiting out here to go any further beyond Persimmon Ridge on Eagle Trace Drive. So I spoke with a lot of folks who are just waiting to get inside their homes, some who have kids in their homes waiting for them to get to them, but it's virtually impossible just because of the investigation that's going on. And as I made my way up Eagle Trace Drive, I saw a number of RPD officers coming into the community, driving extremely fast with that sense of urgency that we saw early on in this investigation about 5:30. So we're starting to see that again. We're seeing more and more officers coming into this neighborhood. So as people in the community thought things were calming down a bit, we're starting to see things pick up once again. I spoke with one driver who told me that his dad lives really close to where this investigation really started. And his dad was immediately rushed into his home. He was coming home from work. The dad and officers rushed him into his home, again, trying to get him into a safe location. So drivers initially thinking that everything was okay. They thought they were about to get home, and clearly that is not happening. As you can see, you still have more first responders coming into this community. So that sense of urgency that we saw early on, we're starting to see that once again, and folks are just a little antsy, trying to figure out exactly what's going on. Is this a safe space to be? They thought it was, initially, officers telling folks that this was not a safe area. Safety was a big priority and a concern. So now that this area opened back up, drivers thought they were okay to come in here. So now they're starting to ask questions. Is it okay? Do they really have anyone in custody? So that is a big concern at this point. And we saw that Raleigh police tweeting out that they do not have someone in custody at this moment. So that again has folks heightened. They're a little bit stressed on exactly what's going on. Am I safe? And that's a big question tonight, Steve and Lauren.
And I'm sure for so many of those people, moms and dads, other caregivers trying to make their way home, I'm sure there are kids who have been home alone for the past several hours. It's obviously been a frightening and tragic situation unfolding there in their neighborhood in Hedingham and East Raleigh. And this delay in trying to get home is only adding to their anxiety, I'm sure, tonight, Jamise.
That's right, Steve. And as you mentioned, some of these drivers, they have their kids in the cars. Others who have their kids at home, they haven't eaten. So that's a lot of concerns. Folks are just concerned. And the fact that we're still seeing these officers come in just continues to make the situation, I guess, a little bit more heightened for them. Exactly what is happening. I thought we were getting some type of resolve, but clearly that is not the case. As you see all of these officers coming back into this community, I made my way again all the way to the very top of Eagle Trace on Persimmon Ridge, and that's where everything has been cut off at this point. So we'll continue to keep you updated on what we're seeing out here, Steve and Lauren.
Okay, let's go, Jamise, thanks. Let's go to Raleigh City Hall. The news conference is getting underway. Let's take the live feed. Okay, they're still going through what often happens at news conferences. These are mic checks. They want to make sure that they're coming through loud and clear and that we can hear them. So we are expecting the Raleigh Mayor, Mary Ann Baldwin, to step up there to the podium here in just a couple of minutes. We also will be hearing from the Raleigh City Manager and a lieutenant with the Raleigh Police Department. But the key detail right now, as Jamise is pointing out there in the neighborhood, the Raleigh police officers still continue arriving there on the scene. A lot of questions for residents in that community. And we do have some bit of conflicting information. As we shared with you, Nightdale is tweeting to their residents who border the east side of Raleigh there that this is over, the suspect has been captured, and there is no longer a threat to the public. The Raleigh Police Department has not yet given the all clear, so we're trying to really get those two different sets of facts to gel here. We hope to get some details here in just a couple of minutes at Raleigh City Hall.
Josh is at Raleigh City Hall. We're awaiting that press conference to start. I know, Josh, the podium is set up there behind you. What can you tell us from there?
Yeah, we rushed down here once we were told that there'd be a news conference. Of course, man, I tell you, Steve and Lauren, it is just lights and sirens pretty much wherever you go here in the capital city tonight. That is just a fire truck leaving, so hard to know if that has any relation to what's going on in East Raleigh tonight. That is leaving the downtown station right in front of me. But as far as we know, my talking to sources just minutes ago, the situation has not yet been resolved. My understanding is that the suspect was barricaded inside of a barn in East Raleigh. I'm not exactly sure where, off of in the Hedingham neighborhood. sorry for looking behind. I'm seeing if the mayor or city officials are approaching us, but that the suspect who shot multiple people tonight, including 2 police officers, is barricaded inside of a barn, and that initially, so maybe this is related, hard to know, but the suspect who shot at least 2 officers, multiple people tonight, is barricaded inside of a barn, and that they initially had sent some sort of a drone in there to try and get that suspect out, or to at least see how he was doing, because they also believe, that source tells me, they believe that the suspect was also shot in some way. So that drone apparently did not work, so they had to send another piece of technology in there to figure out how he's doing. It seems that it's a bit of a waiting game here. And perhaps that is what's taking city officials a bit longer. They're waiting for this to resolve, because we did see, of course, Stephen, Lauren, you mentioned that Nightdale is telling folks that the situation is over and those folks can rest easy tonight. Again, as soon as we do get this news conference underway from Raleigh Mayor Mary Ann Baldwin, as well as Raleigh police and city officials here, we'll bring that to you and hopefully get some confirmation about who this person is, who pulled the trigger, some official count on the number of people shot, as well as how those police officers were doing. Again, I've heard one officer, off-duty officer, is dead tonight. Another was shot somewhere in the leg area. So as soon as we do get confirmation on that, on anything else, of course, we'll have that for you here on ABC 11. Back to you.
All right, Josh, just flag us when someone steps up to the podium, and we'll go back to that. I think it's important to note, Steve, because a lot of people are asking on social media about the conflicting reports. You know, this person saying this station, this agency. We all are waiting for information at the same time. But I think, to the point, to make it clear for people at home, Steve and I can both cover a story and respond at different times. So one agency might be very quick on social media where others might be a little slower. So it doesn't mean the information's right or wrong. It just means that maybe we're waiting to hear more from Raleigh police. And I think the delay in the start time of this press conference could indicate that they are getting information in right now. They're trying to sift through that to make sure they release the most accurate, recent, up-to-date information to us. I know the public wants to know. That's always, the waiting game is the hardest part of it all for all of us. But I think we have to be patient until we know for sure what happened.
You're absolutely right. And that's why we're providing for all of you who are watching right now the information as we're getting it from our law enforcement sources and from people in the neighborhood and from eyewitnesses. We have this story. We're working it, this tragedy that unfolded in the Hedingham neighborhood. We're covering it from every angle right now as we try to get you the most concrete information. And as we say, the caveat through the evening has been the details are changing and they will continue to change. And that's understandable in any kind of event like this, that the facts are always evolving. The details are changing as we get more information. Again, zooming into the map there to show you where this began in the 5 o'clock hour, East Raleigh in the Hedingham neighborhood. It was Bay Harbor Drive and Osprey Cove Drive, where people were told initially to shelter in place, remain inside, lock their doors, and call 911 if they saw anything suspicious. That's where the hunt for the gunman began. That's where the shooting began, there along the Neuse River, along the Neuse River Greenway Trail, a very popular recreation spot. And from Chopper 11 earlier, we saw that was really where the focus of the manhunt was underway. We saw law enforcement officers on a pedestrian bridge and going through neighborhoods there block by block as they were searching for this person. And now it appears, based on the information that we're getting and where our crews have been positioned watching the law enforcement activity through the evening, that this gunman made his way across the Neuse River, farther east into Raleigh, closer to I-540, in an area that was around Buffalo Road and north of Old Mill Burney Road. So between Old Mill Burney, say, and Buffalo Road there in East Raleigh. In that neighborhood that Raleigh police were telling us over the past couple of hours where people needed to remain inside and on alert. So that would be Tar Heel Club Road and the area near Old Mill Burney Road. It was that area. And we're trying to get a crew closer into that part of East Raleigh right now, kind of an area neighborhood near Beaver Dam Lake and Beaver Dam Elementary School. So that's the area where the law enforcement activity has continued to be concentrated here through the evening.
Yeah, it has spread across multiple scenes, and our crews have spread across the scenes to find out what they have. We know in that neighborhood earlier, we heard from a woman who was there with her oldest child in the house. She described hearing things. Jamise Price talking to a lot of people tonight about this feeling of frustration, not being able to get into their neighborhoods as Raleigh police conduct this investigation. And that could be what we are seeing when you know a law enforcement officer has been shot, or anyone for that matter. That's now a crime scene. So a lot of people have to understand that too. You know, your front yards and backyards are now part of a crime scene, and those have to be preserved so the investigation can continue. And so, yes, it is frustrating. And yes, it's probably unsettling, unnerving. It's horrible tonight for these families, but we're still waiting for some details to find out more about why some of these streets are blocked off. And when you look at these live pictures, this is very unusual for Raleigh at 8:49 in the evening for there to be traffic like this, and for us to see, you know, brake lights for a long distance there. So we're still waiting for that information to come to us. But of course, this is usually very quiet. And as we heard Jamise say, one of the neighbors say, it's safe, and we don't have things like that happen here. Tonight, that's different.
And that's a very, very important point you make, that there is frustration among those people who want to get home. It's been a long day. They want to get home. They want to be together with their families. They want to comfort each other at this time of trauma and tragedy there in their neighborhood. But the reality is, we've seen from Chopper 11 over, the matter of fact is they need to preserve the evidence to build their case, and they need to gather the evidence there, and that is always, on any crime scene, as we know, a painstaking process.
We also know that in investigations like this, sometimes talking to the suspect or suspects reveals more information. So they could be returning to those scenes to gather more information, to gather more evidence, or they could be finding out more in those neighborhoods. Of course, the people who live in Eagle Trace, near Eagle Trace, in that Hedingham neighborhood, are a bit frustrated and a tad bit tired tonight, having waited this out for the last 3.5 hours, and we understand that. But
shit.
has been shot. Actually, 2 officers shot, several civilians as well. So it's a hard night for our entire city. Very,
very hard night. And for people in that community, we are thinking about you, and our hearts are with you as we try to understand the scope of this tragedy that unfolded there in this shooting situation this afternoon. What's intriguing to point out as you're watching this with us live as it's unfolding here on Eyewitness News is we continue to see police cruisers with their blue lights on entering this neighborhood. And we've seen this from our crews positioned all across East Raleigh, that there will be a steady stream of lights and sirens into one area, and then another area, and then a third area. We've been in 3 different locations there. We've been here in the Hedingham neighborhood. We've been to the south of there at Newbern and Rogers. We were on the north side of this, kind of, if you think about it, in a triangle. The northeast side there at Buffalo and 540. So there is so much to make sense of, so much unfolding, especially as it relates to the hunt for this gunman and the effort to try to get this suspect into custody. And again, there is not clarity on that. We are getting a couple of different versions of that right now. But as you point out, it could be as simple as the Raleigh Police Department has its hands full and has not been able to update us.
Yeah, and that's what they're doing. You know, serving and protecting is Sir Bounce coming to Twitter and updating us on Twitter, and we're going to get an update eventually. And I know a lot of people are waiting this out with us, watching it unfold, wanting more answers, and we're passing along all the information we have. We just saw Jamise Price on the side of that shot. That's where she's been positioned. She's been in that neighborhood doing what she does best. Jamise is always trying to find out information, talking to people, and she did talk to someone who lives in that neighborhood, sort of describing to them what she knows. And what we do know is that 2 officers were shot, 3 civilians. And so a lot of people that live there have some feelings about that tonight. So she sent us back some interviews, and we're gonna try to get that on the air just to describe to people how it feels to live in that neighborhood tonight. We had heard that from Victoria McGraw a little bit earlier when she was describing walking outside and officers shouting to go back in, shelter inside, don't come out. So this is still a very active scene and very unnerving is the word that a lot of people are using. Unsettling. I've seen that word a lot on Twitter and other social media sites tonight, just kind of describing how they're feeling with all of this playing out today.
Yeah, and it has been obviously really traumatic for so many people there. The uncertainty of what's going on. There has been a shooter on the run in their neighborhood. They are faced with a tragedy in their neighborhood where we know that some of their neighbors were shot today. The source information we have is that some people have lost their lives in that neighborhood this afternoon as well, in addition to 2 police officers who were shot there in that part of Raleigh. And we continue to see police cruisers, not just from Raleigh, but other agencies, both entering and leaving the Hedingham neighborhood right now. And we're about 25 minutes overdue for that 8:30 news conference at Raleigh City Hall. So we will show that to you the minute it gets underway. We're going to be hearing from the mayor, Mary Ann Baldwin, as well as a lieutenant with the Raleigh Police Department, the city manager, and perhaps some other people as well, when we will finally be able to understand and the facts as they unfolded. Obviously, it's those investigators who know exactly how this transpired minute by minute in the Hedingham neighborhood in East Raleigh, beginning at about the 5 o'clock hour today. Right now, we've been able to piece this together through our source information, through eyewitnesses there in the neighborhood, through videos we're seeing from Chopper 11 overhead. But it really is that detailed set of facts that we're waiting for from Raleigh City Hall.
Let's listen to someone who lives in that neighborhood and their response to all that's happened today.
That's unsettling. It's definitely scary. I mean, obviously the victims, it's a horrible situation. You know, I think all we can do is just wait for the details and see, you know, kind of what happened. And, you know, if it's, I don't think this is a dangerous area at all. I don't know anything about the situation, but from the details I've gathered from everyone else here, I don't think there's any long-term implications of what happened, but it's definitely going to be weird for a while knowing that everything happened here.
That is a man we talked to there. Jamise Price spoke with him in the Hedingham neighborhood in East Raleigh, and I think that just affirms what we know is happening there, that there is so much uncertainty.
Yeah.
A terrifying afternoon is the baseline for everyone, but the details from there are still unclear.
I think tonight what I'm noticing on social media, Steve, at this point is the big question is whether this suspect is captured. And I think a distinction that we can make as journalists, and you and I know this, contained does not mean captured. So he could be contained.
Right.
They could know where he is in a garage, in a barn, in an area, does not mean he's captured and in police custody at this time. So maybe that's a distinction that'll help people understand where we stand tonight, that it's not conflicting reports, but that maybe they know where he is, they are aware of where he is, they're trying to get in there. Josh told us about his sources reporting a drone going in, having some technical problems. Joel Brown corroborated that and talked about he heard the same thing. So contained does not mean captured, but maybe they are closer to getting to that point.
And that would also help us explain why Joel Brown was able to observe there at Buffalo Road and 540. They opened Buffalo Road. They opened that on-ramp to 540, that was no longer, they didn't feel the need out of safety to close that part of Raleigh down, that they have this person, we do understand, isolated, and that there was no threat at that point. So that would explain why that unfolded.
Yeah, contained to a certain specific area makes that person no longer a threat to the public in that area, since they have their eyes on him. So maybe that's a distinction that we can make to help people understand, because I see that's a lot of the talk is the confusion over the reporting. I think hearing from a different agency and not hearing from Raleigh Police yet. But again, their priority tonight is, of course, to capture this suspect, to make sure that they know the latest on these officers shot and continue to stay in communication with Wake Med doctors at the trauma center there about these the victims of this shooting that started at 5 o'clock today. So that is their priority, and we will wait patiently. And it's been a long wait, and the waiting game is tough sometimes, but we have to do our due diligence and wait it out to find out the facts before we can pass along any more information. So we are still waiting for that press conference to start. We're about 30 minutes after that time, but I think that also indicates, Steve, that maybe this is why we're not hearing anything, because there's a lot of moving parts and pieces that could have been happening at the time they planned to start that press conference.
And the city of Raleigh says, thanks for your patience. We are starting soon. They sent that message just 4 minutes ago. So we will take you there live to Raleigh City Hall as it gets underway here in the minutes ahead. Joel Brown is on the move right now, on the phone with us in East Raleigh. Joel, you left 540 and Buffalo Road after they opened Buffalo Road. Where are you now and what are you seeing?
Yeah, Steve, look, we got in the car and headed to where we thought that suspect was holed up inside that barn that we talked about earlier in the coverage. But once we turned on Old Mill Burney Road, it has turned into a parking lot. We are sitting here amidst dozens of other cars. Obviously, people just trying to get home at the end of the night. But at the end of this, I'm sure, is another Raleigh police barricade, perhaps in the neighborhood, this rural part of East Raleigh with some very large lots, some of them with large garages that look like barns. But we cannot get close to it at this point. So we are sitting on Old Mill Burney Road. We were trying to get a little closer to where we believe that this situation may have ended. But we just can't get close to it at this point. Old Mill Burney Road shut down at some point. We just can't see the barricade because we are so far back in this traffic right now.
And just to orient our viewers, Joel, where you are, it's Old Mill Burney Road. This area that you're trying to get to, that we're focused on, is on the west side of 540 near Tar Heel Club Road. So it's essentially Tar Heel Club Road in Old Mill Burney. But as you say, things are really backed up. And it's a challenge for people to get there.
All right, Josh Chapin is telling us that this press conference is starting, so let's go to his camera there at the municipal building. We see Mayor Marianne Baldwin is stepping up to the podium. Let's listen in.
I need a light. Shine a light over here right there to breathe. Thank you. With me tonight is our Chief Police Information Officer, Lieutenant Justin Borneo, our City Manager, Marshall Adams-David, our Fire Chief, Griffin, and Stephen Bentley from Parks and Recreation. This is a sad and tragic day for the City of Raleigh. Just after 5 p.m. today, multiple people were shot on the Neuse River Greenway near Headingham subdivision. There is currently an active investigation. At this time, what we can report is that RPD has confirmed 5 fatalities. One of them was an off-duty Raleigh police officer. 2 others were also transported to the hospital. One is a Raleigh police canine officer. Thankfully, he did not have life-threatening injuries. At about 8 p.m., Raleigh police reported that they had a suspect contained in a residence in the area. Raleigh police are being assisted by numerous local and state law enforcement agencies. I would like to thank Governor Cooper for his swift action in assisting us and providing us resources that we needed. And I'd like to thank him for his support during this very difficult time. I'd also like to thank all of the assisting agencies. We appreciate their help and their support. All of us in Raleigh right now need to come together. We need to support those in our community who have suffered a terrible loss, a loss of a loved one. We need to support the family of the police officer who was killed and also the police officer who was shot. It's a tragic day because Raleigh police have lost one of its own. I just want to thank the extraordinary officers of the Raleigh Police Department who even now, right now, are protecting us and putting themselves in harm's way to arrest the suspect. They care about our great city. They care about people who live here. And I just want to say we really appreciate them. To all of you watching or listening, I would ask that you reach out to those you love. Let people know you care. And we as a community need to come together to be there for those who need us now. And we must do more. We must stop this mindless violence in America. We must address gun violence. We have much to do. And tonight we have much to mourn. We will be back to report later to you this evening. Lieutenant Borneo will give you some times when we'd be available. What I'd like to say right now too is may God bless all of us in our great city.
Thank you, Mayor, for your support for the Raleigh Police Department. It's a very tragic day for us, and we ask for your prayers during this very challenging time for us. The chief has been at a professional conference. She is on her way back. We have been keeping her abreast of the investigation. She's been given up-to-date, minute-by-minute updates regarding the situation that is continues to evolve this evening. We can be happy to take any questions at this time. Keep in mind that this is an ongoing and active investigation, and any information is going to be limited.
Lieutenant, can you speak to the other people that were shot tonight? You mentioned there were 5 fatalities, including that officer. Anything about those other 4 people that were shot out there?
At this time, we know that there were multiple injuries. We don't have any information regarding their condition. This is an active investigation.
Were they all on the Greenway?
Some were. That, again, is part of the investigation as we confirm their locations.
Have you been able to communicate with the suspect in this case?
What we know is the mayor has said that the suspect is contained. That suspect is contained.
I understand that, but have you been able to actually talk to them? I'm not asking about the nature of the conversation. Just have you guys been able to talk?
We can certainly provide an update later regarding, again, this is an evolving investigation. Thank you very much.
Guys, thanks for coming. Okay, that was our last question. We'll be back here in about an hour, and they've got to get back and get to work and as this investigation wraps up. So we will be back with you about 10:45 or so.
Thank you.
Julie's going to be here.
Just hearing an update there from the mayor, you could hear in her voice shaking, Steve, and she did say, we must stop this mindless violence in America, after updating us that there have been 5 fatalities in our city tonight, including 1 off-duty RPD officer. Mayor Marianne Baldwin saying we have much to do, but we also have much to mourn. Reach out to those you love tonight. We need to wrap our arms around the RPD community for their tragic loss tonight.
And the one thing of so much concern for everyone in East Raleigh right now, what is the state of that gunman who has been on the run? And again, the detail we have there is, in a word, the mayor said the suspect is contained. So that doesn't mean that the situation is entirely over, that they have it completely resolved, that she did not use the word that the person is in custody, contained. So that would be consistent with the source information we've had through the evening, that person has been isolated and is barricaded inside what's been described as either a barn or a garage in East Raleigh, in an area north of Old Mill Burney Road and west of I-540. But again, the tragic details from Mayor Mary Ann Baldwin: 5 people shot and killed in East Raleigh this afternoon in the Hedingham neighborhood, including an off-duty RPD officer. In addition to that, one canine officer, an RPD canine officer, has been hospitalized with non-life-threatening injuries. She said a total of 2 people were taken to the hospital. So that would mean there is one other person in addition to the officer who is at the trauma unit at WakeMed.
And we had heard earlier some different numbers, but we did hear multiple people were shot. We also heard, Lieutenant with RPD, that Chief Estella Patterson is away at a professional conference, or was away at a professional conference. She is on her way back to the city of Raleigh tonight. She's been updated minute by minute, and we're going to get more updates tonight. They said at about 10:45, so we're going to stay here. That there was some confusion over the language, and I think the language is simply contained, does not mean captured. They know where this person is. I think the mayor said a house. We had heard a barn or a garage, which could be on the property of someone's home. So they know where this person is, but I think at this point there's no threat to the public, which is why we saw some of these roads open back up, and maybe they're communicating with this person at this point to surrender to authorities, but they do have multiple law enforcement agencies on hand to assist in this investigation. But again, a tragic night. RPD lost one of its own today. An officer ready to suit up and serve and protect on their way to work today.
The other detail that emerged from that news conference that we had not heard in a concrete way until now is that there were multiple people shot on the Neuse River Greenway. Those were the words the mayor used, that these people were shot along the Greenway. Now, we're also trying to gel that with the observations we have in this video you're watching from Chopper 11, where it appears clear that there are different crime scenes in this neighborhood, including that house surrounded by crime scene tape, that other white car that you saw there in the video, and there's also that car right there, and there's also another scene as well there in the Hedingham neighborhood. So that doesn't, our observations from Chopper 11 don't completely gel with the narrative the mayor provided that this happened along the Neuse River Greenway. So that's a detail we're going to try to sort out as well, exactly where those people were shot and exactly.
Josh is on 6, we're on 8.
Josh Chapin was there for the press conference. Josh, being in that situation, you can kind of describe and paint the picture of the mood, but it seemed the mayor, of course, understandably very upset. Her voice was shaking. And she did say that this is a sad and tragic day for the city of Raleigh. Indeed it is.
It's a sad and tragic day for all of us, Steve Warren. Being out there and watching these police officers go by back and forth down New Bern Avenue thinking that they have lost one of their own tonight, and we still don't know the 4 other people, anything about these 4 people that were shot on the Neuse River Greenway tonight. We asked RPD who these people are, and they would not confirm anything about whether they knew this suspect. And what I would note is that as this news conference was starting tonight, the fire trucks around here were going all over the place, and nobody's emotions really changed as a result of that. You think maybe someone would chuckle, like Bill, of course, when the press conference starts, fire trucks would be rolling, but it had a real somber tone tonight, and you could hear it from Mayor Mary Ann Baldwin just calling them, as you said, Lauren, a tragic day for the city of Raleigh. So to go into a little bit more detail of what you were saying, there were 5 total fatalities from that Greenway shooting. One of them, we know of those 5, was an off-duty Raleigh police officer. 2 other people were taken to the hospital. One of them was a police canine officer. That canine officer is going to be fined, supposedly, according to RPD and city officials, as well as that other person. So there were 2 police officers shot tonight. One of them is not going to survive, unfortunately, and one is going to be okay. As she said, Mayor Marianne Baldwin needed to come together as a community to be there for those who need us now. We must stop this mindless violence in America. We must stop this gun violence. And a lot of us wondering what is going on with the suspect search. They were out here for about 10 minutes and we wanted to know what was going on. And the only thing that they would say is that the suspect is contained. They came back out. We wanted to know exactly what that meant. Like, is there a threat to the public in East Raleigh? Should the folks in Knightdale or in the Hedingham neighborhood or off Newbern Avenue or near the hospital, should those folks be worried? And according to the city of Raleigh, they came back out and they said there is no threat to the public. So that is at least good news here in a night of not so good news, really, here in the city of Raleigh. It is now a question of what they mean by contained. A source told me that that suspect is contained in a barn, some sort of structure like that, and they have maybe tried to go in with one of their drones, but the drones didn't work. And now they're waiting on some other piece of technology to go and try and bring him into custody. It's unknown at this point if the suspect has any injuries, how many times he's been shot. If he's been shot at all, the source indicated that he had some sort of gunshot wound, probably when RPD was exchanging fire with him. So we're expecting another update. We were told from the city at 10:45 tonight. Of course, we will be here for that. And we were told it was just going to be Raleigh Police Public Information Officer Jason Borneo. The Chief of Police, Stella Patterson, was not here at this news conference, just Raleigh Parks, Raleigh Fire, the mayor, and a lieutenant from RPD. We're told that Stella Patterson is on her way back to Raleigh. She was at a professional standards conference, but she's coming back, so she will be briefed on this. And when we tried to ask a few more questions, we were told that city officials had to get back in there and get back to work. Just, Stephen, Lauren, it's hard to imagine 5 people shot dead tonight here in the city of Raleigh. That's unfathomable. And our heart goes out to not just the Raleigh police officer, but those other 4 people who we still don't know who were shot on the Greenway tonight. Whether they knew this suspect or not, I still want to know, and we still don't know at this hour. So hopefully at 10:45, we'll get a bit more information on that.
The mayor makes a good point. We need to hold each other tight. We need to be mindful of the tragedy that's unfolded in a big part of Raleigh for the Raleigh Police Department. And we need to comfort each other in this horrible time of tragedy in the city of Raleigh. Josh, I'm glad you were able to amplify on that there is no threat to the public. We were not able to show that here on TV, but that's the important distinction from Raleigh Police, that we know that the person is contained, not yet in custody, not yet neutralized, as sometimes the police say, but there is no threat to the public.
Josh Chapin, thank you. And to the point that the mayor made, Steve, about supporting those who suffered a terrible loss. It's the Eagle Trace neighborhood where this all unfolded earlier. And again, we don't know if the victims lived there, if they were from that neighborhood, if they, again, were just on the Greenway. But Jamise has spent a good part of her day there in the neighborhood. Jamise, what can you tell us tonight at this hour after getting that update from the mayor about where you are?
Lauren, you talked about the mayor and just the pain in her voice. And tonight, just moments ago, I really got to see the pain on the faces of some of these officers tonight. So definitely a community that's grieving, law enforcement grieving. And I spoke with neighbors here, and they wanted to know about that off-duty officer. They told me that they have an off-duty officer that lives close by, so they wanted to make sure that their neighbor was okay. So a lot of people are concerned, wanting to make sure that their neighbors and loved ones are okay. So you still have that concern lingering over this community tonight. And you guys mentioned those greenways. The neighbors talked to me about the greenways and just how easy it is to get to those greenways from their homes, just basically going in between homes into these little cuts you're able to get to the Greenway. So the Greenway is very accessible from where we are in this part of the community. But as we wait, these drivers are waiting to get back to their homes, but they are concerned, wanting to know if their neighbor is okay. That off-duty officer, one man, he said, you know, I talk to this officer daily. I want to make sure this person is okay. So he didn't know if it was his neighbor that was killed. So we're talking 5 people killed today, just heartbreaking, and a lot of folks concerned, wanting to just find out if their loved one died in this active shooter situation that took place in this community. So we're still seeing those officers come into the community, officers leaving the community, and maybe probably about in the last 5 minutes or so, we did, at one point it was Persimmons Ridge is the extent of which you could get, and there was a police cruiser there, and that officer telling me that it's going to be hours before these folks can get back into their community, because just beyond that cruiser is where that investigation is taking place. So again, the mayor telling us that this suspect contained, so that may ease some of the concerns from these people that I heard from over the last hour, who thought everything was good to go and they were about to get home to their kids, get home. They've been off work for hours, at work for hours, and hoping to get home. So maybe now it will ease some of their concerns to know officially that this suspect has been contained, but definitely some heavy hearts in Raleigh tonight. 5 people killed, so a lot of heartbroken families tonight, Stephen, Lauren.
And Jamise, we see people
Raleigh,
lined up
North
waiting
Carolina.
to get home into their neighborhood that is a crime scene, presumably still being processed. And obviously that is a challenge for them as they come to terms with the facts that the mayor just laid out for us, that 5 people were shot and killed in their neighborhood, including an off-duty police officer. And our earlier information was that that officer was on the way to work when that officer encountered the gunman along the Neuse River Trail.
And I think it's important too, Steve, when we think about the distinction in the language. Police are very deliberate with their words when they release information to us. Again, tonight we learned that with contained versus captured. I think earlier in the night when Joel and Josh were getting updates from their sources, we always heard confronted the suspect, not encountered. So maybe this officer had heard something earlier or knew about something that was happening. Again, people mentioning they knew an off-duty officer lived in that neighborhood, and you jump into action when that's what your job is and your duty. So we have to think about that too as we wait for more information to come in. We still have an hour and a half to get more information as they gather that information. But maybe this was something that this officer was caught off guard. We don't know yet exactly how that happened. But we did hear from the mayor, and for those just joining us, we want to remind you of what she said earlier. Take a listen.
At this time, what we can report is that RPD has confirmed 5 fatalities. One of them was an off-duty Raleigh police officer. 2 others were also transported to the hospital. One is a Raleigh police canine officer. Thankfully, he did not have life-threatening injuries. At about 8 p.m., Raleigh police reported that they had a suspect contained in a residence in the area. Raleigh police are being assisted by numerous local and state law enforcement agencies. I would like to thank Governor Cooper for his swift action in assisting us and providing us resources that we needed.
Raleigh Mayor Mary Ann Baldwin delivering the news of exactly what happened in the Hedingham neighborhood in East Raleigh. The tragedy for the city of Raleigh, 5 people shot and killed, including an off-duty RPD officer. We know 2 other people were taken to the hospital injured in that shooting, including a Raleigh canine officer who is undergoing treatment at WakeMed tonight.
She also thanked Governor Cooper, who we heard from much earlier in the evening on Twitter tonight, extending his condolences, of course, for the RPD, Raleigh Police Department, when we heard the officer was shot. But she said there's a need to come together to support those who suffered a terrible loss tonight. And again, Josh made that point, not just for RPD, but for these families of people who lost their lives today over in that neighborhood. Of course, unexpectedly encountering a gunman there. Again, that gunman contained, and Raleigh police working to get that suspect in custody tonight, responsible for killing 5 people in our city tonight.
The mayor said that we need to come to terms with gun violence in this country. Obviously, there will be time for that conversation later. Right now, the city is in mourning as that gunman is, the word the mayor used, contained. And presumably they are working to get that person into custody right now. Joel Brown is on the phone with us right now. Joel, the last time we checked in with you, you were making the trip along Old Mill Burney Road into this area of East Raleigh on the west side of I-540, where that person is reportedly contained right now.
Yeah, still on Old Mill Burney Road. I can tell you exactly where I am between Forest Hill Road and I-540, but I will tell you what, since last time we talked, whether it was 15, 20 minutes or so ago, we've moved about 20 feet. Old Mill Burney Road just not moving. We got on this track because we had a lead on the location where Raleigh police had this gunman contained, to use the language from Raleigh officials. There's a bunch of kind of large ranch style homes, and when I say ranch, I mean a lot of land, and a lot of them have these kind of large garages or barns on their property, and they're pretty well spread out. And we had a lead that's where RPD had this guy cornered. We headed here, but by the time we got on the Old Mill Burney Road, the Raleigh police barricade was already set up, and there were dozens of cars backed up they're trying to get home. These are just regular folks, and we're trying to get to that scene, but we cannot get any closer than we are right now. We've moved about 20 feet, I said, since we last spoke, but we're gonna stay on this. Still trying to get some clarification on what exactly contained means. Is this suspect dead or alive, or is he being detained, or what's the situation? We're hoping to get a clearer picture of that as soon as we can get closer to the scene, Stephen Lauren.
And just to orient our viewers so they understand where you are in relation to Hedingham, we're showing video right now, Joel, from Chopper 11 overhead along on the eastern side of the Hedingham neighborhood, along the Neuse River Greenway Trail where this shooting happened. And you are across the Neuse River, basically a walkable distance, a runnable distance, if you're trying to get away from police, from where this shooting began unfolding about 5 o'clock today. So it would make sense that that is the area. It's a reasonable distance for someone to make it from Hedingham over there just to the west side of I-540 north of Old Mill Burney Road, where that is where, according to our information, police do have this gunman contained right now. All right, Joel will continue making his way there. He's inching along Old Mill Burney Road. As he gets closer, he'll be reporting in with
Seems that they're having little internet connectivity issues. Give it a second, it'll come back. Shit. Can you still hear me all right?
Just to the west side of I-540 north of Old Mill Burney Road, where that is where, according to our information, police do have this gunman contained right now. All right, Joel will continue making his way there. He's inching along Old Mill Burney Road. As he gets closer, he'll be reporting in with just to the west side
Sorry about
of
that.
I-540 north of Old Mill Bernie Road, where that is where, according to our information, police do have this gunman contained right now. All right, Joel will continue making his way there. He's inching along Old Mill Bernie Road. As he gets closer, he'll be reporting in with...
Leave it to damn Spectrum. I guess it wasn't me. Give it a second.
The suspect. They care about our great city. They care about people who...
Yeah, it's the internet out there where they're at, because I'm not having the internet drop.
Knowing we've lost so many lives in just one night in a matter of hours.
Yeah. Josh Chapin back with us live from Raleigh City Hall, down the street from us here in downtown Raleigh. And Josh, you've been very close with your sources tonight. Are you getting any more information on the state of that what they use the word contained gunman right now?
Yeah, Steve, I was told about 10 minutes ago that we should be getting an update soon. That was the text that leads me to believe that they are quite close to whether they have moved in on this suspect, maybe arresting him, finding out what his injuries are like right now, to text with those sources to bring you as the best information we can. Really just a bit of an eerie night. You mentioned somber night, Lauren, all the lives that we lost tonight. There were some folks in the neighborhood coming by to watch this press conference. Even the city of Raleigh said we wanted this to set up, and they want to have this boom here, just this sound system here. listened to what was going on. In fact, we did see a few well-known faces, including a few activists. Diana Powell was here, as well as Gerald Givens from the Raleigh Apex NAACP here watching this press conference, this just tragic press conference of the mayor, where we found out that 5 people were shot and killed tonight on the Neuse River Greenway. One at this point would wonder if this is an ambush. Again, I'm just speculating at this point. There's so much that needs to be uncovered to figure out what led up to this, but that did come to mind for me a little bit. And one thing, a point of emphasis in talking to some law enforcement sources tonight, we keep talking about this officer who was there, who was shot and killed tonight, being off duty. But an officer who responds to an incident like this is on duty. We have to think about that. The moment they respond, officers who are on their way home or on their way to work, they are, subject to the duties sworn to them by having that badge on as soon as something like this happens, carrying out the duties of their office. Again, we're thinking about that officer, we're thinking about the Raleigh Police Department as a whole, also wondering about those 4 other people who were shot and killed on the Greenway tonight. Another point of emphasis, we want answers in this so quickly, but in talking to the law enforcement sources, we think everything happens because it's a Law and Order episode and everything happens in an hour. But no, it truly does take a while. There's search warrants that have to be carried out for buildings or cars, detailed investigations of an area, scene collection of evidence, door to door, asking people what they saw, what they knew, if they heard anything. I mean, we saw some of the just dramatic pictures and videos from the scene that we've been getting in, whether from Jamise and Joel, and where Joel was, we happened by that scene as well. So you felt the emotion from the mayor here tonight. I don't know how else to characterize it. You feel the emotion throughout the city tonight. Everyone is paying attention to this, paying attention to what's going on here, and for not all the right reasons here in the capital city. So we're supposed to get another update from Raleigh Police at about 10:45. Steve, as you mentioned earlier, the good news, and I've heard you guys talk about this a little bit, that the suspect is contained. So that is a bit of a silver lining in all of this. As soon as we do get an update about what contained means, as I said, the source telling me that we should get another update soon, we'll pass that along to you. So hoping for a bit of good news here in a night of not so good news in the capital city. Stephen Lauren, I'll send it back over to you.
A devastating night for all of us in Raleigh, including the Raleigh Police Department, and certainly the people in the Hedingham neighborhood. We're thinking about everyone in East Raleigh tonight. And Josh, I think, makes a very good point that it will take some time for all of us to come into focus. The investigation continues in Hedingham tonight. That's why we've seen cars backed up. People have been unable to get home. And especially, Josh, we've been talking about this, it continues to be, to some degree, a threat for those Raleigh police officers who are working to take this gunman into custody tonight.
Absolutely. I mean, I have not seen in my time here in Raleigh the number of officers whizzing down the streets tonight. Imagine fearing for their life. I mean, they are, of course, doing their jobs, and they will continue to carry out their jobs, but the sheer number of different officers who are here assisting with Raleigh Police in this investigation, and I know they're probably having a brutal night at RPD, and that is who we're supposed to get the 10:45 update from, is RPD, and it might be from the chief. You mentioned also that the chief is not in town tonight.
Still an
she is at
officer of the law.
professional standards conference.
Or not.
RPD didn't say exactly where that was, but that she was making her way back here, and that she's being updated minute by minute on what's going on. So perhaps at 10:45 when we get that next update, we'll get that to you from Chief Stella Patterson. So we can hope for that at 10:45. Steve Lauren, back to you.
Josh Chapin, thank you. And Steve, it's important to note, the mayor said it was 8 p.m. when that suspect was contained, and looking now, it's 9:30. So we're 90 minutes into this. Again, they're still a threat to them. Knowing what happened earlier in the day, we don't know
no matter
if the
what.
suspect is
the
unarmed yet. Again, we don't know if he's dead or alive, to
dangerous.
Josh's point. But they're still doing the work. As we get updates now, the neighborhoods can rest a little bit easier since there's no threat to the public, as they say.
Bullshit.
But their job
still
is not
to
done
the
yet.
public
So
anyway
again,
you
this
look
has
at
been
it.
an ongoing
If this person
thing
is
for
armed and he
for
starts
officers since about
firing
5 o'clock,
a
and we're now
bullet
at 9:30.
a round
tonight.
can go
So
through a
this has been a
house
long,
and
long
kill
day
someone in a house.
for all RPD officers and the other agencies that have assisted and responded throughout the day.
And by all accounts, this has been a really intense police
He's
operation as
carrying
they've
a
been
long
working
rifle.
to get this person into custody. We've had various descriptions from Joel Brown and Josh Chapin in talking to their sources that at one point when this person was barricaded, isolated, contained, to use the mayor's word, inside this barn or this garage, they sent in a drone. And that drone had some technical difficulties, but they apparently got eyes on this person. At another stage, they said that the person may have been shot.
Joel Brown just reminding us or showing us that RPD has tweeted 1 minute ago the suspect is now in custody. So the ending to a very long and tragic, sad day in the city of Raleigh, but that is some good news at this hour for so many people.
Finally, that part of this terrifying and tragic afternoon
So
and
they
evening
just
has
tweeted
come to
and
a
said the
conclusion with the
suspect
Raleigh
is in
police saying just a
custody.
moment ago that the suspect is in custody. Obviously, that would mean, using that language, that the person is alive and will now face the justice system here in Wake County.
Yeah, it's been a very long, trying day. Multiple people shot. Again, if you're just joining us, it's been an active investigation all day into locating this suspect. At 8 p.m., they found out where this suspect was. He was contained, now captured. Again, RPD lost one of its own today. The mayor says that we have much to do, but we have much to mourn tonight.
This is
And the
why
next
I
step
can't
for us
stand news
in trying to
reporters or
understand who this
anchormen or
person is,
women,
who is now in custody,
or-
if the
'cause
person
they don't
was
know
shot,
nothing about
as
the
our
damn street.
law enforcement sources have suggested, that person may be going to Wake Med for treatment under police guard, of course. If not, they would be going to the Wake County Jail on Hammond Road. So we'll be trying to sort out that. And if we can get eyes on that person tonight with our breaking news crews, either at the Hammond Road Jail or at Wake Med, we will certainly do that. Our crews are spread out across the area, working every angle of this breaking news as it has been unfolding. But the information we had, just to orient you again, where the gunman was, in the mayor's word, contained, that was off Old Mill Burney Road on the west side of 540 in a neighborhood that was basically off Tar Heel Club Road and north of Old Mill Burney Road. So we're still trying to sort out those exact details as we're looking at a feed coming in right now of a SWAT armored vehicle that is on the road in Raleigh, and some other video we're getting in right now showing the tremendous police response across the city tonight.
Yeah, it's been a long day for law enforcement officers all over our area. We've seen them move. Those locations continue
Raleigh,
to move
North Carolina.
Throughout the evening, starting there in the Eagle Trace neighborhood. And then it was about 4 different scenes inside that neighborhood. We saw a car shot out and we didn't know what was going on. We saw police tape around certain parts of the neighborhood. And then the scenes were moving, and so were the law enforcement officers as they joined RPD, the lead investigating agency on this, to sort of help piece this together and keep our neighborhood safe tonight. We know Wake County said they were joining in. ATF over from Charlotte said they were sending people over. So it's been a long, trying night for all law enforcement officers, coming to an end finally here around 9:38 tonight.
There was an ongoing threat that we know was unnerving for so many people in the eastern part of Raleigh, and so many neighborhoods, so many families separated. Moms and dads and other caregivers could not get home to take care of kids who were at home. Families were separated. All of this ongoing as Raleigh police were telling people until now that it wasn't safe for them to be going into their neighborhoods in Hedingham and East Raleigh. And until now, the all clear has finally been given. But it has been really a night of uncertainty, and now we know a night of tremendous
Right now, we do
tragedy
know there was
for people
one
in that part of
officer,
Wake County.
and
We did hear from a lieutenant with
fatal
Raleigh Police
shoot-
Department shortly after 9 o'clock.
5 people were fatally shot. One law enforcement officer. There was a second law enforcement officer that was transported, but will be
for your
okay.
support for the Raleigh Police Department. It's a very tragic day for us, and we ask for your prayers of the investigation. She's been given up-to-date, minute-by-minute updates regarding the situation that is continuously and continues to evolve this evening.
That is Lieutenant Jason Borneo from the Raleigh Police Department, who's the public information officer. He is always the person who's at the crime scenes providing the exact details as investigators are piecing them together. And our hearts and our thoughts are certainly with every member of the Raleigh Police Department tonight. One member of the force has been shot and killed. Another, a canine officer, has been shot and is at Wake Med recovering right now. And of course, 4 other people shot and killed in the Hedingham area of East Raleigh. The one thing that we're trying to sort out, and perhaps we can ask these questions when we get the next update at about 10:45, the mayor described it as a shooting along the Neuse River Greenway Trail. From Chopper 11, we've obviously seen other crime scenes within the Hedingham neighborhood, so we're trying to get some clarity on exactly how and where and when these various shootings unfolded.
Yeah, it's been a long day. It's been a long day, and a lot of people had a lot of questions, and we got some of the answers to those questions. Of course, very sad and tragic news none of us wanted to hear tonight. We'd heard shot earlier. We found out
like a lot
5
of these
fatalities, including an off-duty RPD officer who we heard earlier in the day from Joel and from Josh, who had sources that this officer was confronted by this suspect, was the language that we heard earlier. So we, again, don't know how that happened, how this encounter happened, or what happened, but do understand that officer lost a life, and then an RPD canine officer was shot in the leg during this confrontation as well.
And we're waiting to learn if we heard from Janice Price in the neighborhood in Hedingham that she was talking to someone who was really concerned that the officer who was shot may be one of their neighbors, which they know an officer who lives in that neighborhood. And we don't have any names, any clarity on that, but it would make sense that it was described to us as an officer heading to work that day, that it may be a resident of the Hedingham neighborhood.
Yeah, we're working to find more information, looking into some of the Facebook groups in that neighborhood and trying to find out maybe who some of these victims are. So doing some of the work online. And it's just incredible, Steve, how news spread so quickly and how everyone was focused in on getting these updates from police and law enforcement. And we, we're awaiting that press conference to start. But while we waited, so many people were online asking questions, trying to get information. And we've been here since it started at around 5 o'clock, trying to bring people information. Our crews have been spread out all over our city tonight and trying to just capture really what has happened in our city today. But again, the mayor couldn't have said it better.
But they don't know
a very sad and tragic day for us. And she said, we do have much to do. That's a discussion for later with violence in America. But we have so much to mourn in the city of Raleigh tonight.
She says right now we need to hold each other tight. We need to mourn together, and we need to get through this together on a horribly tragic day for the city of Raleigh, losing an officer and 4 other members of our community who were shot in a moment of tragedy that we don't understand. We don't understand why this happened, precisely how this happened, but that's what we're going to be working through the evening to try to unravel.
The mayor did say at some point during her press conference her voice was a little shaky, and she was very intentional with her words and saying, reach out to those people that you love tonight. And these are often awful reminders of how short and precious life can be in these moments. And so this is a good time for our city to wrap its arms around each other and just remember how special we all are. But we do have a lot to be sad about tonight, and really understanding and processing the weight of what happened here today.
And we will be here together and process this together and get through this together.
Yes, it wasn't a residential
So often,
neighborhood.
Lauren, we're covering these tragic events unfolding in other parts of the country, and tonight it has come right here to our community in Wake County.
Yeah, very sad day for all of us here.
We are continuing our coverage here, approaching 9:45, and we expect another update from the Raleigh Police Department, from Raleigh City Hall, in about an hour from now. But what we know is the update from the Raleigh Police Department just in the past few minutes is that the shooter is now in custody after that person was described as being contained inside some sort of structure in eastern Wake County. We're still trying to get some eyes on that. And Joel Brown is in that neighborhood. He's in that neck of the woods off Old Mill Burney Road, just west of 540, east from Hedingham, east across the Neuse River from where all this started earlier today. So Joel and one of our photojournalists are trying to get in there right now where this all came to an end, to better understand where that gunman was contained and eventually detained, eventually taken into custody just a short time ago. The other remaining question is, as it relates to the gunman, is where is that person headed now? It was described as a person potentially had a gunshot
That person
wound.
is headed to hell no matter what you do.
So potentially going to Wake Med under police guard, or potentially going to the jail, Wake County Jail on Hammond Road. It's not clear where that person is headed yet, but we're working to sort that information out, and ultimately with the goal of finding out who this person is.
They should have just put a bullet into his head instead of putting him under taxpayers.
Is having a level 1 trauma center.
Doesn't matter.
That we can transport victims in crisis to at a moment's notice, and they're ready on hand with the frontline workers there. So everyone there tonight, very busy since 5 o'clock this afternoon. When they got the call that they were transporting victims to the hospital there. So.
And as we showed you with our crews on the scene at Wake Med through the evening, there was a large law enforcement presence there. The Brotherhood
now
in blue,
he's going to go live off the
men and women
taxpayers'
in
dollar
uniform
while
were
he's
coming
in
together
prison the
to
rest of his
comfort each
life.
other when word spread very quickly that one Raleigh police officer ultimately died as a result of gunshot wounds, and another was shot. We saw so many people from so many agencies going there to Wake Med to be together, provide each other comfort. It's what members of the law enforcement community do whenever there is this kind of tragedy, and there is that continued support at Wake Med tonight. It's not clear if the officer who ultimately died, I would guess, was that person was taken to Wake Med, and every effort was made to save the person's life. So it would make sense that was part of this tremendous law enforcement response we saw there, working to comfort each other in this time of tragedy.
He's going to live in jail the rest of his life.
Tonight. Janice Price has been in that Eagle Trace neighborhood all evening,
should bring the
talking
death
to
penalty
people
back, no
and
matter
telling
how
us
you
what
look
she's
at it.
seen. It looks like the scene has cleared up just a bit there, Janice. So what can you tell us at this hour?
Yeah, these folks are still trying to get home. Just spoke with one driver. He had been waiting at this point for about an hour, and that's from South Hall to where we are right now, which is, I believe this is Murphyfield Village Way, at Eagle Trace Drive. So that's about a half a mile from where we were initially when all of this happened, and it's also about another half a mile up to Persimmons Ridge, where law enforcement is kind of blocking everybody from moving any further at this point. So folks are just still trying to get home here, and I know we've been talking a lot just about the heavy hearts here in the city of Raleigh tonight, and I've been watching these officers work throughout the evening, just going back and forth. And at one point, when one of those officers they were trying to get around this area where some of the cars were, so his face, and he just looked heartbroken and kind of like just in disbelief that all of this is happening. It is a lot to process. We're talking 5 people killed tonight, one of those being a Raleigh police officer. So definitely a lot of heavy hearts, a lot of concern for people in this community. I met some folks who believe that the officer who was killed is their neighbor. So they were definitely concerned, telling me they have a good relationship. It's somebody they come in contact with on a daily basis. So they are definitely concerned, clearly and rightfully so. So we are still seeing those officers leave. We're still seeing officers come through, some with their flashing lights, others without. So I would still consider this an active scene at this point, with a number of law enforcement officers who continue to make their way up here on Eagle Trace Drive. So we're trying to see how long it's going to be for these folks to get back home. I just seen one lady pass us here with some food, because people can't get to their homes. Clearly, they're hungry. They need to get to their kids. They need to get home. They've worked all day, and now they've been in the car for hours. So again, the last person I just spoke with, he had been waiting at this point just to get a half a mile for about an hour. So Steve and Lauren, yeah, a lot of people just a little bit antsy at this point, ready to just get home.
Yeah, it's been an evening of high anxiety turning into tremendous tragedy for those people trying to enter their neighborhood where 5 people were shot and killed. And it's been a little frustrating, I know, for many of them who can't get home to see other family members who are waiting for them.
Yeah, but when you understand, I think, the weight and gravity of what happened tonight, that frustration should fade a little bit, and putting things in perspective and what's happened in our city tonight. I know we continue to check in with Jamise and see those brake lights, and you know how many families are stuck right there. We saw a woman jump out of the car. You know, I'm sure people are talking to each other and trying to find out what they know. You know, being stuck in the car, you're not home. It is a little unsettling for families, but you know, nothing really can describe what happened here in Raleigh tonight. Just what we would have to say is another mass shooting in our country, which will be discussed later, but so much mourning is going to happen over the next few hours and days. Mourning in the Raleigh Police Department and the Hedingham neighborhood and beyond as we learn more about the people who were shot and killed there. We've been learning a little bit about the state of mind of people in that community tonight. Here's a man we spoke to earlier before the details came into focus about the number of people who were killed.
That's unsettling. It's definitely scary. I mean, obviously the victims, it's a horrible situation. You know, I think all we can do is just wait for the details and see, you know, kind of what happened. And, you know, if it's, I don't think this is a dangerous area at all. I don't know anything about the situation, but from the details I've gathered from everyone else here.
It doesn't matter where you live in the world.
I don't think there's any long-term implications of what happened, but it's definitely going to be weird for a while knowing
nobody
that
thinks the
everything
area
happened
they
here.
live in is dangerous until it happens.
Dale Zorak sharing his thoughts with us there
No,
in the Hedingham
everybody in the
neighborhood.
country. My area is not
the news
dangerous.
was released that 5 people, including a Raleigh police officer, were shot and killed.
But then
I
it
think it's
happens in
important
your
for
area.
people to understand how this was
can't
unfolding through the day. We
control
have Chopper 11 video
what's gonna
from
happen
before
in
the
your
sun
area.
went down when our
You
chopper
move
was
into
first
a
overhead
gated
when we got the
community,
alert from
shit
Raleigh
happens
police.
in gated
The people needed
communities.
to stay inside their homes because there was what was described as a mass shooting event happening in that neighborhood. And the details
matter
that
where
we
you
don't
live.
have complete clarity on
Doesn't
yet
matter
are
at all.
exactly how this unfolded.
If it's going to
Our
happen,
pilot,
it's going
Rob
to
Marshall,
happen
in
in
Chopper
your
11
area.
overhead, reported into us that there were 3 very large crime scenes. And you see these different crime scenes there with the crime scene tape up and the concentration of police officers, block after block there. And that house in particular, surrounded by crime scene tape. There was also the understanding from the mayor that part of this was on the Neuse River Greenway Trail. And the initial information we had that we're still trying to sort out and pin down exactly is that off-duty Raleigh police officer encountered a teenage male gunman with a long gun on the trail. So it would make sense, based on how we're trying to make sense of this and piece together the chronology of how this unfolded in the 5 o'clock hour in East Raleigh, is that it may have started on the Greenway Trail with that encounter between the off-duty police officer who was ultimately shot and killed and that gunman, and then it moved into this neighborhood, which is right next to the trail. That teenage male gunman, what was described as a teenage male gunman, then started making his way through this neighborhood and firing at people. That's the way this appears to have unfolded. But again, the exact sequence and chronology, we're waiting to get that nailed down from Raleigh police investigators.
And we do understand we're going to get another update at 10:45 tonight. It'll be happening inside City Hall. The mayor did acknowledge that RPD is very busy, still trying to gather information, and it's an active investigation at this point. Multiple law enforcement agencies have helped to respond to this situation, so they're going to be poring over some of the details. And again, earlier we saw, you know, one of the scenes was cleared and an officer seemed to race back. So you never know what evidence they recovered in those neighborhoods or what they're finding. So we have to wait for them to sort of piece this all together for us so we can make sense of it all. But it's still a very senseless act that happened in our city tonight.
And the complicated nature of this investigation, which could explain why we saw so many different law enforcement agencies and other police cruisers descending on different areas of East Raleigh, is initially police don't know how many people they're dealing with. They could have been dealing with multiple shooters, not just one. So that's something that they're always very aware of and cognizant of as they're trying to sort out the details. And they always proceed with extraordinary caution in trying to figure out what they're dealing with. And could there be an ongoing threat or a subsequent threat? Are there other people involved? So that would explain why we saw this tremendous law enforcement
I look at it like
response,
this.
why
You
we
could
saw
say
this
you live
continued
in the
response
best
with
neighborhood
different
in
law
the
enforcement
world.
agencies descending on different neighborhoods there in East
You
Raleigh.
could say you
And I
live
think it was shocking to all of us who've done this
in
for
a
a long
city
time
or a
now.
town
You
that don't
see,
have no
as you said, Rob
crime
Marshall giving you the lay of the
whatsoever
land
at
there,
all.
and we saw so many.
If that
so
was
many
the
police
case, you wouldn't
cruisers
need a
in that
police
one
department or a
neighborhood, and we
sheriff
couldn't
or
figure out
a
exactly
state
what was
trooper
happening.
or a
We saw
highway
a car
patrol.
there that appeared to have been
But
shot
you're
at,
still going to have a
both doors
police
opening,
department
so
because
that makes you
just
wonder,
because
what
you
happened with
don't
that
know
car.
or
There was
see
houses
what's
that
going
were part
on
of the
in
crime
your
scene as
area
well.
you
So
live
it was a
in
massive crime
doesn't
scene,
mean
a
there's
massive response
that
to it,
there's
and now we
nothing going
understand,
on.
Exactly why, because multiple people were shot by the suspect.
And the search was really complicated. And now we have a better understanding of exactly why. This gunman,
people look, if
according
you
to
don't
our
hear about it, you don't see
map,
it,
the geography
it doesn't
here,
happen.
made it quite some distance from the Hedingham neighborhood, east across the Neuse River, to an area just on the west side of I-540 and north of Old Mill Burney Road, to that general area. So presumably the person took off running in that direction. And as you saw in some of our video from
like
Chapter
the old
11,
saying, hear no evil, see no evil.
Helicopter up overhead, and that helicopter is based at the Highway Patrol Training Center on the south side of
Hear,
Raleigh.
see, or
But
speak.
it's always
If you don't
instrumental,
hear
that
about
Highway
it,
Patrol
see it,
helicopter
or
in
speak
conducting
about
these
it,
kinds of
there's no
searches. They have
crime.
very
Bullshit.
sophisticated equipment for. They have night vision cameras on there. They can do searches at night. They can do heat. They have heat-seeking devices in there, so that can always be very helpful.
Hell, if that was the case,
but another observation,
Bakersfield's a prime city
trying to track
for
this person
crime.
down immediately.
We're already on the
tree
top
canopy that we
10
described
for
through
the most
evening that our pilot
GTAs
Chopper
and
11
murders
Marshall
in the
said
country.
It was really tough
We're on
for
the
him
top
to see,
10
for our
list.
cameras to see through that tree canopy along the Neuse River Greenway Trail there, a very popular recreation area in East Raleigh. It was just really tough to see that. We saw Raleigh police.
But I don't see no crime in my neighborhood.
There in the area as part of the
Well,
search.
a few weeks ago, there was a guy that had a gun that they had a little standoff about a half a mile from where I live.
There's a lot of
half a mile.
There's a lot
That's
of
my
growth there,
neighborhood.
Greenway growth.
Bakersfield is my neighborhood.
In that, when you're searching for someone who
no,
before
I started doing this,
very interesting,
before I started doing live stream,
exactly how they were able to.
I knew there was crime in my city, but I didn't know there was this much crime in my city.
Maybe they were able to follow his path
because I didn't see it. So yeah, I knew there's crime.
It gives you a different.
But since I didn't go out and see it on a nightly basis, I didn't know there was that damn much crime.
They
Shit.
shut down some of the airspace, so maybe that was one of the tactics that they used in trying to keep a close eye on whoever this person was, knowing who they were looking for.
It is the top of the 10 o'clock hour, and our Eyewitness News live team coverage of this tragic.
Do I even want to leave my house?
In Eastern Wake.
Should I buy me a Bearcat to drive around town? Should I drive an armored vehicle wherever I take my family?
The update we got from Raleigh Mayor Mary Ann Baldwin about an hour ago is that 5 people were shot and killed, including an off-duty Raleigh police officer. 2 people were also shot and taken to the hospital, including an off-duty or an RPD canine officer. The suspect, that shooter, is now in custody.
Do I need to stay strapped everywhere I go? But I don't.
A standoff with that person. That person now has been taken into custody. The mayor describing this as a sad and tragic day, a day when we all need to come together and hold each other tight and comfort each other in this time of mourning.
Would I love to be able to say something like this that happened today in Raleigh, North Carolina won't happen again?
She says we must stop this.
Would I love to be able to say that? Yeah, I would. But it's going to happen.
But tonight we have
You're not going to stop it. And you cannot blame this shit on mental illness at all. This cannot be blamed on mental illness.
Suspect was contained, so officers
it can't
knew
be.
who they were looking for. They had that person in an area, whether it was a garage.
Well, my son had mental illness. You can't use that.
On Twitter,
he killed 5 people.
That suspect is in police custody.
So
Joel
mental
Brown is with us
illness
right now. Joel
enables
is in
you
the,
to kill
part of
5
East Raleigh,
people?
off of
Come on.
Burney Road, west of I-540. In that area where this gunman was taken into custody a short time ago. Joel, I know you've been encountering police roadblocks and traffic. You're trying to get in there. What's the latest?
And if I made somebody mad about what I just said,
I wish I had better news
I can't.
to report.
I'm not taking it back.
Our proximity
because
to where we
once
are
you
going,
grab a weapon, and you
traffic
leave
is
your
is
house
not
with an
moving at this
intent
point.
to harm
Look, I
or
can see
kill
police lights at
somebody,
this point. I can see the roadblock.
you
I can see where
change the
Raleigh Police
whole
is either
status
telling
of
people to
what
turn
was
around or
going to
that they're
go
just going
on.
to have
And
to
this
wait.
is not
So
a
that's
gun
one thing. So we're
issue.
getting closer, but we're not moving fast. We were headed, of course, to this scene not far from Headingham, over in East Raleigh, where
This
Raleigh
is
police
not
had the suspect
a
cornered
crime
in
of
that
guns.
very
This is a crime of a human being
part of East Raleigh,
that has
barn
done this.
or
You
garage.
cannot blame this on
We were sitting in the car
everybody
waiting to
that
get to the
owns a
scene when we saw
gun.
that tweet from RPD.
I could set any one of my guns behind me loaded, and they're not going to do nothing until I grab that damn thing and I squeeze the trigger. You can set a gun anywhere, and it's going to be there when you get back unless somebody else takes the gun.
Where we are between.
So you cannot blame this on gun violence. It's human beings' evilness to cause chaos.
Nearby residents who are just trying to get through, trying to get home, move at this point. So we're waiting. We want to get closer to this scene. We want to get eyes on this neighborhood, on this structure, on this barn, garage, wherever the takedown happened, and report to you from there. But at this point, still stuck in traffic on Old Mill Burney Road, not far from where this all began, not far from the Raleigh Greenway, where those original gunshots were fired.
And there will be so much to learn, Joel, when you get there and you're able to talk.
Chaos is brought by human beings.
The gunman was taken into custody.
No matter how old you are,
Want to know how that
chaos is brought by humans.
And we're able to get them in. Obviously, someone was watching closely and saw that threat in their neighborhood, around their home, and someone called 911 and reported that in. Fortunately,
so you can't say it's gun violence.
Was, as they say, contained and then ultimately taken into custody. And here we are again, taking a look at WakeMed. This is video from earlier in the evening.
Yeah, some people don't need to have a weapon in their house. Some people don't even need to have a damn butcher knife in their house. As you could see last night when Darren was on the street, that high-speed chase turned footbell. They found a firearm in the vehicle and they found butcher knives in the vehicle. So you could tell the people were up to no good.
Mourning and an intense tragedy.
Did you hear I heard 2 human beings jumped out of the car on a footbell, but did the gun jump out and run off? No. Did the butcher knife jump out and run off? No. Well, Australia is a country that does not allow you to own a gun unless you have a license. Was it the UK is the same way? Isn't Canada the same way? What there's a bunch of countries that has a no gun tolerance. You can't even own a gun because of what has happened in the past. Because they're blaming it on the gun when you can't blame it on the gun.
By definition, and sadly, it has happened here in our community, and we will be learning more. It will come into focus in the hours and days ahead. Who tragically lost their lives today? And exactly
but they're going to flip this right here. The boy had a mental breakdown. The kid done this. He got bullied in school, so you can't blame it on being bullied.
And we all understand.
Because once you grab that gun and take it out of your house, once you load that gun and you do whatever you're going to do with it, once you have the intent to go harm a human being, don't matter what has happened in your life, you are guilty.
And it's a total of 7 families directly affected.
Yes, so we're getting confirmation it was a 15-year-old
5 of them killed.
Human.
The other 2,
a 15-year-old male suspect shot and killed 5 people with a long rifle.
But you're absolutely right. What what we know right now are simply those details. But we will be working to learn more about the people who lost their lives.
Where's my crescent wrench? Where's my socket? Hey, socket, go out there and take the alternator off the truck. Damn, it didn't move.
We've been showing you from Chopper 11.
My toolbox. Move out there and go work on my truck. Fix the damn thing. Oh, it ain't going nowhere.
Even tougher when we start to see
Shit, means I got to do it.
more about who these victims are and who families will be missing, you know, as we approach the holiday season. This is a tough time to lose. Any time is a tough time, but it's an even tougher time for some families when these absences become.
It won't be a miracle if he makes it because he shouldn't have made it out of that barn alive.
Couldn't have said it better. It's a sad and tragic.
Once he killed the first person, he should have been taken out.
It's been an evening of
Now,
uncertainty and concern.
the taxpayers are going to pay for the rest of his life. They're going to pay for his doctor bills. They're going to pay for whatever surgery he has to have. They're going to have to pay for him to go to court. They're going to have to pay for him to be in the prison system, 3 hots and a cot for the rest of his life.
Ultimately, that person was in custody, but
Because he made a choice to go cause havoc and chaos.
for so many people who haven't been able to get home and are trying to come to terms.
It doesn't matter what color the person is. White, black, brown, it does not matter.
We did learn that the chief was away at a conference. On her way back, Estella Patterson will be back in the city at some point. We don't know how close or far she was at this conference, but coming back to such tragic news in her department also. But you mentioned this. She's always very transparent with information, and she loves to come forward and provide as many details as she can to the public. She says she owes that to us. So we're going to learn more as the hours and days unfold about what exactly happened today. But at this hour, we do know that suspect is in police custody.
She is a very
Yeah, if he lives, he'll be in jail for life. No, what? If he's 15 years old, he could still live. If they give him 40 years, he could still live to get out of prison.
Everyone I've talked to in the Raleigh Police
If they give him 40 years, he can still walk 40 years from now. You know what I mean? He'll still be eligible. He'll be in his older ages, but he'll still be eligible to walk out of prison in 40 years.
This is where the police chief wants to be tonight.
Yeah, absolutely. I remember in that sit-down interview, one of the things that stood out to me was, you know, talked about being a mom.
But do you realize the amount
at the end of the day, and that's a lot of people.
when Kern County, when the state of California did the release on criminals?
That she was most proud of being a mom. So
Do you realize that they released rapists, murderers? They released everybody.
It never makes sense. You never can make sense.
But the ones that were selling minor, there's people still in prison
We find out more. And,
for selling weed, and they were releasing murderers and rapists. But the people selling weed are still locked up for the rest of their life on a weed charge.
And that's what so many families are left to deal with these losses.
That is going to be a key question.
Oh, he murdered someone 20 years ago, but he's rehabilitated. Just release him. Oh, that motherfucker got prosecuted for selling weed. Put him underneath the prison.
But what I can tell you,
but I'm in no way, no shape saying that it's good to sell drugs. I don't back anybody that sells drugs. No way, no shape. But still, you're gonna release a rapist, a murderer, or a pedophile, but you're not gonna release someone with charges of selling weed or selling weed, really?
That a number of those victims may have been shot either.
Yeah, a man killed his girlfriend because he got released. What is that? And the funny thing about it is during all of the releasing days, when they released, what was it, like 15,000 inmates? They released 15,000 inmates. And I think like 80% of them came to Kern County. Within a 30-day period, if you guys remember, in that 30-day period of all the release, within 10 days, thousands of them were back
east of
in
Hedingham,
prison for the
close
same
to
damn charge.
Closer, in
That's
fact,
what they went to jail
where
for.
the gunman was eventually taken into custody.
I remember we were covering this.
They
and
got
we
out of
news
prison
of
and
that
done the same
second
damn
officer
thing.
Shot, what felt like an hour later at that time. And so that just let us know that that suspect was on the move. You know, if law enforcement is responding to officer down and then we hear another officer shot, you know, that suspect was on the move with no mercy. And we knew that initially.
Yeah, suspect was on the
from
move with
crime
no
scene.
mercy.
They said this is active. Everyone should go inside.
But
Do not
they're
come out
gonna
of your
break
homes.
him
Please
down.
not
They'll send him to a
go. We heard
psychiatrist.
from Victoria
Oh,
Law, who was at home with her child.
he's not well. He can't stand trial. Put him in a hospital for 2 years. He'll be rehabilitated by the time he's 18. Then put him back out on the streets, like the dumb son of a bitch. What? The Churchill, the mass murder at the church. You guys remember what I'm talking about? That dude, that white dude that killed all those people at the black church in South Carolina, was it?
At some point in the evening tonight, and at that point the suspect was still at large.
I don't give a fuck what color you are. If you commit a murder, you should die the same way you commit that murder.
This is really a terrible loss for our city tonight.
If you shoot somebody to death, right there, boom, done. 50 cents. Let's not go $1 million in court fees.
We are joined
boom,
now,
done.
on the phone as we continue our live team coverage here on Eyewitness News by Roy Taylor, a former Wake County deputy. Roy, thanks for joining us. What are you able to learn from
if you stab somebody to death,
community that may help us
life's a bitch. You're going to get stabbed to death.
Well, as you may know, I'm the chief of police for Capitol Special Police,
And it was in Charleston, South Carolina at the Baptist church it happened.
So I had a patrol officer that had just started her shift this evening right when this occurred, and she had some of the residents come to her and advise her of the shooting and said there were multiple people down. And she responded to the area and first encountered the down Raleigh.
Look at the old days of the Bible.
Critical
If you stole something, they chopped your hand off.
Unfortunately, that was the case. So it's
An eye for an eye.
And, we have a very small role, but it was a great response from Raleigh Police Department, the Wake County Sheriff's Office, and the State Highway Patrol. And thankfully, they're able to use technology and patience and good police work and, locate this young man and take him into custody without too much more incident. I understand that there was a Raleigh officer that was injured, shot in the knee during a gunfight with the subject, and that he was actually firing his weapon at the police robots. But
look at back in the days of the Old West.
He was taken into custody.
You went to court, they found you guilty, you went to the gallows
through this a little more
and hung.
Understanding the sequence of events from your officer who was there on the scene in Hedingham, because this is very helpful to us.
You rob somebody, cut your hand off.
How this unfolded. So your officer said that residents were reporting people down. Does it sound to you and to your officer who was there as this was happening?
Now we are in the day and age.
Was running through the
we are in the day and age now that
how do you,
they do.
How are you sizing up?
I've seen and I've heard innocent people.
I've not had a chance to debrief
people that have been innocent have gotten life in prison.
My understanding is,
and the people that
was
committed the crime are on the streets.
Never saw the suspect.
But our judicial system sucks.
And you mentioned the police robots. That is a part of this event that we have not heard about. What more do you know about the police robots and where that was unfolding? And was that when they had this gunman contained, as they describe it?
Yeah, they had him contained at a location off of Tar Heel Club Road, and my understanding is they used two robots. One at least was from the Raleigh Police Department, and they were able to send it into the structure and actually apprehend the person physically.
So that guy, Dylan Roof, is in a federal prison in
Kansas.
Kansas.
The Capitol Special Police.
Still alive, still able to eat food, still able to go to sleep. And the families of the people that he murdered.
Obviously,
are destroyed, distraught. The rest of their life,
this is just
they're destroyed.
Is hard to fathom tonight for people in that neighborhood.
It is. It's difficult when you see violence like this come to your neighborhood. We see it on TV.
But I
every
was,
day,
you know, I am stating.
in other parts of the country, but unfortunately now.
I'm not going to ask anybody, but like I've been stating, if you guys want to help me do upgrades in the studio, if you guys do want to help support and upgrade the studio with donations to help upgrade to better equipment, it would be highly appreciated, but you don't have to. I do like having the studio time.
Taylor, Lauren Johnson here. My question.
But when I started building the studio, you know, I went cheap with everything. I am going to be putting more money into it, getting better equipment. But if you guys do want to help upgrade the studio for better equipment, please use the pay links, PayPal, Venmo, Cash App, or Zelle. You don't have to, but if you want to help upgrade, you can.
Yeah, it's very sad, and we just experienced the loss of Deputy Bird less than a month ago. So now we're facing another. Now here's another one that's been killed right in our backyard.
In the state of Texas,
we'll be offering
in the state of Arizona,
for our
I think in the state of Nevada, there's a lot of states that allow law-abiding citizens to open carry.
We will make sure that they are.
You know what I mean?
Given the proper.
Look at the states that the law-abiding citizens are allowed to carry a firearm to protect themselves. Look at how much the crime has diminished in states where law-abiding citizens can carry on their hip a firearm. The crime is not as bad as it is in states that you can't carry in at all. Or look at New York. You can't even own a certain kind of firearm in the state of New York. In the state of California, you have to go through. The law-abiding citizen in the state of California can carry, but it has to be a concealed weapon. So say, for instance, I had my concealed carry permit, and I was out on the street, and somebody says all I did, and somebody says my shirt went up and they see my firearm,
about what happened.
I could be in trouble for it.
Pettingham community and.
But in a state that allows open carry, when you walk into a restaurant and the supposed criminal sees 30% of the patrons of that restaurant have a firearm, do you really think that they're going to do the crime in that neighborhood?
In the state of what's happening with law enforcement officers right now.
You know, what was it, a couple months ago, somebody broke into a store here in town. Somebody robbed somebody here in town, and the owner of the house shot and killed or shot and wounded. They arrested him.
Total disregard for law enforcement, disrespectful.
If you pull your weapon there, yes, and you discharge your weapon, yes, they will take your weapon while the investigation is underway. But in that time, if they say, well, the guy broke into your house. Nope. Yep. Live. Nope. Not live. Are we back live? Yeah, the internet took a shit, not a dump. But I am eating dinner.
I didn't see her in there, but Raleigh PD as well as city
Can you guys hear
officials are
him?
in there in a briefing before they probably come out and talk to us. This is where it's all going to happen. If you were with us in the last hour, it was out on the steps of City Hall, and now they've moved us inside here. Some of the news that we learned in the last hour is just tragic. You know, hearing that 5 people were killed tonight, including the Raleigh police officer, and 2 others were wounded, including another Raleigh police officer. We heard from Mayor Marianne Baldwin an hour ago, and you could tell how sort of overcome with emotion she was. What is still unclear is where this suspect is. You know, we saw the tweet from Raleigh police saying that the suspect is in custody, but what does that mean? Is he still alive? You know, there's a lot of questions about who that person is. So as soon as that update comes here, the last news conference was supposed to start at 8:30. It didn't start until about 9, so hoping this news conference is punctual at 10:45. Also, it would be interesting to see if the mayor comes back out, because she told us at 10:40 the next update would just be Raleigh police. So as soon as we do get to the podium here with whoever comes out to brief us about maybe the victims, who the suspect was, where they are in this search, we'll check back in with you here from City Hall, downtown Raleigh.
And Josh, as you were there with the mayor and Lieutenant Borneo from the Raleigh Police Department, as the news conference was happening, we certainly saw and heard what they were saying. The mayor describing it as a sad and tragic day. And then there's the nonverbal part of what you were able to pick up. Just describe for us what was happening there around you at City Hall.
Well, as I mentioned, one of the things that was so striking to me is the fire trucks that were pulling out of the downtown Raleigh station here, right off of Nash Square. We all know where that fire station is here in our neighborhood by our downtown Raleigh studios, you know, walking distance really. And those fire trucks were blaring when you came out, or you could hear them. And we all kind of looked around, and everyone was sort of unfazed by it, especially Mayor Baldwin. Her face was just solemn, stern, and reflective. Somber, I guess, is the word that you used a little bit earlier. So I think what that leads me to believe, to go, not to jump too much, but look, we've heard sirens the entire night here in the city of Raleigh. Sirens like we've never seen here before. Just the sheer number of them, whether they were on New Bern Avenue, whether they were here in downtown Raleigh, or just anywhere in East Raleigh. So that was my takeaway. It was just sirens, and more sirens, and people trying to, almost feeling numb to that tonight, Stephen Lawrence.
It was really just frightening and chilling to hear Roy Taylor describe what he understood the sequence of events to be. And I don't know if you heard that interview in our conversation a short time ago.
A little.
He's
yeah.
the chief of police at the Capitol Special Police, and his agency provides routine patrols there in the Hedingham neighborhood. And he described one of his officers who was there in Hedingham, that she was stopped and residents were coming up to her and saying that people were down. People had just been shot. Person after person had just been shot. And I know you'll try to get more details at this news conference that we hope will begin in the next few minutes about the sequence of events and how this unfolded and what we know about those people who are the victims of this tragedy in East Raleigh.
And as you pointed out, Steve, a little bit earlier, you know, we all want answers to this right away, but we have to keep in mind that this is an exhaustive process, investigative process, where these sheriff's deputies and police officers and detectives have to go door by door. They have to get warrants. They have to notify next of kin. and really piece all this together. So, you know, we all want answers right now, but we have to keep in the back of our mind that this is not a quick thing. I know that I think the biggest curiosity for me, and maybe you guys at home as well, is who these 4 other people are. You know, our hearts go out to the Raleigh Police Department tonight, but who are these other 4 people and the other 1 person that was shot that will make it tonight? Who are these other people that were there in the Greenway? Are these completely random folks? So that's something that hopefully we'll get a little bit more information on. And I'm going to see if I'm going to get more from the city of Raleigh here. Julie, anything that we can report? No. Okay, we're still waiting. So hopefully we can join you here in the next few minutes with a solid update. Okay.
Josh, can you offer us a little bit of perspective? I'm going to let you go. I know you're very busy. You've been in this market in the city for quite some time now, and you described tonight that you'd never seen anything like this. Talk more about that, just being out in the element of what was happening today, and kind of set the scene for people and offer some perspective as to what you saw tonight that you have not ever seen before.
My perspective, Lauren, is the only time, and I was saying this to the guy behind the camera, Bob Gogren, my photojournalist tonight, I said the only other time we ever see this is unfortunately just, and a Raleigh police officer certainly was shot and killed tonight, and that is what we know. But the other times that Raleigh police officers have been shot, I could go back to when Officer Ainsworth was shot. I think that, Steve, you might have a better date of that, but 2018, I think, and that was closer to NC State's campus, and no matter where you went around the city, it was that way, and that was more concentrated, you know, near Western and near State's campus. But that's what it felt like when you were around East Raleigh, and it's almost like that everywhere you turned along New Bern Avenue was a police officer. So that was my what I kept kind of hearkening back to was the officer that was shot in the line of duty. And certainly this incident with Deputy Ned Bird that we saw not too long ago, that was also something of note, but far different, because that happened in the middle of the night. Not to downplay that in any way, but not to the effect that we have here with other potentially just innocent bystanders and civilians on the Greenway who were impacted here. So we've had a lot of scares before, I would say.
Had some issues with the internet.
Actually, Lauren, you know, not in Raleigh, but what also came to mind, if you'll allow me a little bit, is some of the South Point shooting incidents that we've had, right?
So
you know,
apparently when I called in to see what was going on,
and
the part that they had to order for me was coming out of
that
Texas,
ensues,
and it hasn't arrived
and
yet.
the mass chaos and the number of different police officers that are in the area of
I
the mall. So,
can't
those are
control
the
when
two
the parts will
incidents
be here.
that I can kind of recall, and the sheer terror and chaos. The Black Friday thing, I don't think amounted to a whole lot. Certainly a lot of fear and people being trampled more than anything. So those are the two things that I think you know, kind of come to mind.
Josh, we're waiting for the news conference to get underway there at Raleigh City Hall, inside Raleigh City Hall now. Slight change of venue from the last update we had about 9 o'clock, and obviously the one detail everyone wants to know about is who is this person who inflicted such terror and tragedy on the city of Raleigh. So I know you'll be pressing for a lot of different details, and that will be front of mind as we're watching here in the minutes ahead.
Yeah, Josh talked to his sources throughout the day and was providing a lot of details, and he said that conversations have slowed down, which really gives us insight into
What's up, Mr.
this
Meatloaf?
investigation's now taking shape. You know, the threat is over to the public, the suspect's in custody. What happens next is, I think, where the direction is headed. So we're going to find out more information. What happens next
is they're going to try to get that kid.
Gather
he had
all
a
the
mental
details
breakdown.
and debrief.
It will be a massive
Because
investigation.
they've already been saying, well,
that the
a
Raleigh
kid threw
Police
away
Department
his
will be
life
leading.
today.
They, in these kinds of investigations, work in lockstep with the Wake County District Attorney's Office, with prosecutors who would be on the front line of prosecuting this at the Wake County Justice Center when and if it comes to that. And very often we see federal law enforcement agencies involved as well. The U.S. Attorney's Office here in Raleigh may get involved as well.
See, if I was out on
We
the
often
streets,
see
I
that
couldn't
when
do this.
members of law enforcement are shot and killed. And so this could ultimately lead to federal charges as well. Something we'll be in touch with the U.S. Attorney's Office here in Raleigh to see how the FBI and the U.S. Attorney's Office is involved in the investigation as well. But as we've seen just in the scope of what happened in East Raleigh.
Don't get me wrong, I miss being out on the street. I do.
A huge
I
job
miss being out
this
there.
investigation, piecing it together in a very deliberate way for the efforts of the prosecution.
Absolutely. All right, Joel Brown has been covering this story as well since it unfolded earlier this afternoon, early evening. Joel, what can you tell us at this hour?
Yeah, you know, we've joined you over the phone over the last few hours trying to make our way down Old Mill Burney Road to
And hell,
where
the
this
gas
incident
prices these days
ended, where that
ain't
final
no joke.
firefight was with this teenage gunman. Old Mill Burney Road was opened by RPD about a half hour ago, and we ended up here at the corner of Old Mill Burney Road and what road is this? McConnell Olive Drive, and this is as far as we can go. You can see that Raleigh police cruiser. There's another one behind us, several others, and they are blocking traffic because not too far down McConnell Olive Drive is where that what's been described to me now. You know, we've been saying barn, we've been calling it a garage. It's being described to me now as kind of a metal type shed, not a house, not attached to a house, but like a metal structure type shed where this gunman was holed up. Actually, we're going to go back to the news conference and get some more answers now.
That something like this will never happen here. It did. And I want to thank all the officers who responded in the way they did. They put themselves in danger to keep our city safe. I also want to thank all of the officers and our governor for their swift response, for their compassion, and their care for our community. I think Governor Cooper would agree with me. As I said earlier, we have to end this mindless gun violence that is happening in our country.
Oh, God, you ain't gonna end
We
it.
have work to do, but there are too many victims.
You ain't gonna ever be able to end it. Because if you take guns out of the
I
law-abiding
don't want
citizen,
other mayors standing
if you
here
say
at
the
the
law-abiding
podium
citizen can't own a
with their
gun,
hearts
how are you
breaking.
going to stop the criminals from owning one?
Because people in their community died today, needlessly and tragically. I do want to say, though, that I know the strength of our community, and I know we will come together, and we will work together, and we will work for change. I'd now like to ask the governor to please come up. He has a few words that he would like to say.
Tonight, terror has reached our doorstep. The nightmare of every community has come to Raleigh. This is a senseless,
I guess I'll be a criminal then.
an infuriating act of violence that has been committed. The first thing we need to do is to thank the coordinated effort of law enforcement. I know we have Raleigh PD and all of the good work that has gone on there. I have with me tonight our North Carolina Secretary of the Department of Public Safety, Eddie Buffalo. As soon as I found out about this, I instructed the Secretary to make all state resources that were necessary available to Raleigh. Highway Patrol Aviation, ALE Special Agents, Capitol Police, and the SBI all were dispatched to assist the Raleigh Police Department. These law enforcement officers ran to the crisis when they knew that there
There
was
an active shooting, an active shooter
who
earlier
was
on this
ready to
evening
kill
in Raleigh,
people.
North Carolina.
I'm grateful.
As we
for
know
the
of right
coordinated
now, there
effort
was
that
5
happened
fatal
here
shootings,
tonight.
and 1 was shot in the leg that will make a
You know,
recovery.
all of us have many questions. I know the media has many questions. And RPD
So as we know
here
of right
is
now, there was
heading
6
up
people
the
shot, 5 passed
investigation,
away, and
I
1
know
still
that more
alive.
information will be
The
given
shooter
to
is
you.
alive and was transported to the
But
hospital.
as we seek answers to those questions, let's all pray for these victims, their families, the communities that have been shocked by this, and that we all depend on each other and help each other during this difficult period of time. Thank you, Secretary Buffalo, and all of the state resources that were used to assist this effort. I'm grateful for their good work. And thank you, Mayor.
Secretary Buffalo, thank you for being here. Thank you for your swift response as well. I would also like to recognize our city manager, Marshall Adams David, who is with us this evening, our fire chief, and Stephen Bentley, our director of parks. And I'm going to invite Lieutenant Borneo to come up now. He is going to give you a briefing and latest news. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor. And on behalf of Chief Patterson, Governor, thank you very much for your support and for being here tonight. Chief Patterson is on her way back. She's on a flight as we speak. I'd like to provide you an update regarding today's incidents. At approximately 9:37 tonight, the suspect in this incident was taken into custody. A white male juvenile was arrested by the Raleigh Police Department. In addition, a responding police officer who was injured and hospitalized has been released. One victim remains in critical condition. As we continue to support the families of the 5 victims, including an off-duty police officer, and as the mayor said earlier, this has been a heartbreaking day for our city, and we appreciate the support of the entire community. We have currently set up a place at Wake Med where the families of the victims can gather. We want to remind everybody that this is still an active investigation. Our officers and investigators are currently on scene, collecting evidence and speaking with witnesses. We will provide an update tomorrow morning at approximately 8:30 a.m. here at the Raleigh Municipal Facility. I want to reiterate, thank you again to all the public safety partners who have supported us in this investigation. Thank you.
There's no one in the world quite like you. You touched us all in everything you do. You were an angel all along when you were here. Now you're the perfect angel in heaven way up
For the
there.
Raleigh Police Department, every Raleigh police officer is a
Fly high,
one of our own. It's a tragedy.
spread them love and wings. Fly high,
The support of the entire community.
share the love you bring. Fly high, like an angel
We
in
have
the
taken
sky.
the suspect into custody, and there's no active ongoing threat in the community at this time. Right now, he's a juvenile.
I realize it's very early in the investigation, but is there anything at all that suggests names close to target anything?
Again, this is still an active investigation. Motive, the reasoning behind their actions is going to come to bear in the coming days.
You put a smile
Again, those details are currently being developed, and we'll have more information for you in the near future.
We appreciate your time today. We appreciate your questions. They've got a lot of work to do. We'll be back here in the morning for you.
Fly high, spread your love and wings. Fly high.
You've just been watching the latest update, the news conference underway at Raleigh City Hall, where Governor Cooper spoke as well. And the most significant details there that we learned is about what's happening at the hospital at WakeMed tonight. And we now know that the officer who had the non-life-threatening injury, thankfully that officer has been released, one victim in critical condition, as a white male juvenile. Those are the three facts we know. We know nothing more. Because the person is underage, we will not be getting a mugshot. We will not be getting a name. So that will could evolve, certainly. Presumably that person will be tried as an adult, and then those details would be forthcoming. But at this point, that's all.
Outside of the information that we gathered, we could also feel the mood there inside City Hall. The governor saying terror has reached our doorstep. The nightmare of every community has come here to Raleigh. And of course, he thanked law enforcement for the coordinated effort. Everyone sort of jumping in to help Raleigh police really capture this suspect tonight in what became several hours long investigation and scenes moving all over our city, sort of scaring residents and making people wonder and ask what was happening here. And we found out earlier tonight exactly what was happening. He says we have to seek answers, pray for the victims' families, and for our entire community tonight.
We know that a total of 7 people were shot. 5 of those 7 people were killed, including a Raleigh police officer, as you heard from the RPD lieutenant. He described everyone on the force as a member of the family, a brother and sister in that family. Obviously, an evening of tragedy and heartbreak across the city of Raleigh, echoed by Governor Cooper and his frustration that what we've seen unfold across America has landed here in the capital city. We are going to get eyewitness news at 11 o'clock, started right now. We'll be checking in with our reporters across the area and at City Hall. We'll be piecing this all together for you here in the minutes ahead. It is the top of our hour, and our breaking news coverage continues here on Eyewitness News on an absolutely tragic day, a deadly mass shooting claiming the lives of 5 people, including a Raleigh police officer. And we just had our update from the Raleigh Mayor, Mary Ann Baldwin, the Raleigh Police Department, and Governor Cooper all gathering at City Hall. We've been on the air covering this here for you on Eyewitness when we first got the alert from the Raleigh Police Department that there was a shooting in the Headingham area and an active shooter on the scene. You saw that as the manhunt was underway along the Neuse River Greenway Trail.
Raleigh Mayor Mary Ann Baldwin tonight telling us we all have to hold each other a little tighter tonight. Right
now, there is no clear detail about a motive, how this happened, or who those victims were. But here's what we do know right now at the top of the hour at 11 o'clock. At least 5 people are dead. That includes the off-duty Raleigh police officer. For every one of those victims, there are several grieving and heartbroken family members tonight. We also know 2 other people were hurt and taken to the hospital. That includes a Raleigh canine officer who, as you just heard moments ago, has now been released. And the mayor saying tonight that gunman is contained. We have no information on who that person is. That gunman's actually in custody. It is just a really fluid situation at this hour as police work to really... Now, we're bringing you team coverage. Our crews are spread out across the area. They're working every angle of this from the moment that first call for help went out to that young gunman who is under arrest tonight. Let's begin with Josh Chapin with the latest from that briefing at the news conference at City Hall moments ago.
Steve, an emotional night here inside Raleigh City Hall. We heard from the mayor, the governor here as well in front of the podium a few minutes ago. The mayor emotional, as was everyone else here. The mayor saying today has been a difficult day in our city. These law enforcement officers ran to the crisis when they knew there was an active shooter ready to kill people. We learned tonight, as you mentioned, that a white male juvenile, that's all was described to us tonight, was taken into custody a little after 9:30 tonight. We heard this afternoon that authorities had surrounded him in a barn, but tonight we can confirm for you that a suspect has been taken into custody. We're still not able to get any more detail tonight about the 4 other people that were shot and killed tonight. We know 5 were shot and killed. One of them is a off-duty Raleigh police officer, but 4 people shot in the Neuse River Greenway. There were 2 other people that were shot and taken to the hospital. One of those was an RPD canine officer. That officer has been released from the hospital. The other person shot remains in critical condition over at WakeMed. Take a listen to what Governor Cooper had to say. No doubt everyone emotional here, if we can roll that sound.
Tonight, terror has reached our doorstep. The nightmare of every community has come to Raleigh. This is a senseless, horrific, and infuriating act of violence that has been committed.
An infuriating act of violence, no doubt. And what was noticeable to me, Stephen Lauren, was Lieutenant Jason Borneo, who was pinch hitting tonight for Chief Stella Patterson. We know she's on her way back from Dallas. We think tonight she was at a professional standards conference. And you can tell when he was reading from his paper, he was incredibly emotional, saying that when one Raleigh police officer loses their life, everyone is affected by this. So supposedly we're going to get another update from RPD as well as from city officials tomorrow morning at 8:30. The investigation, so much there, continues at this hour. Back to you guys.
And another key moment from the governor just minutes ago saying, let's pray for the victims and the families and the communities shocked by this tonight. Josh Chapin live at Raleigh City Hall. Thank you very much. It was really an extraordinary law enforcement response tonight that did ultimately, after many hours, lead to the arrest of that young gunman in Raleigh.
Yeah, we know officers with the Raleigh Police Department were not the only ones on the ground. We saw a large presence, the ATF, Wake deputies also joining into that search.
Governor Cooper was keeping people updated through the evening. This is what the governor tweeted earlier this evening about his involvement with all of this. He says, I've spoken with Mayor Baldwin and instructed state law enforcement to provide assistance responding to the active shooter in East Raleigh. State and local officers are on the ground working to stop that shooter and keep people safe. The governor elaborated on that state-level law enforcement response just a few minutes ago, outlining all the different state agencies who came to help in Raleigh tonight.
Saying first he wanted to thank everyone. And with a lot of law enforcement agencies assisting in the very fluid and complicated search and investigation, there was some confusion and some conflicting reports earlier. The town of Knightdale actually tweeting out an apology after prematurely writing the suspect was captured. Town officials saying, we apologize for posting conflicting information regarding the situation involving this evening's active shooter.
Jamise Price has been our reporter in the Headingham neighborhood through the evening, an evening of so much anxiety for so many people who have been kept out of their homes. Some people have been allowed to return, others have not, but they're also processing this immense tragedy that happened in their neighborhood.
Jamise, I know you just spoke to some people recently.
That's right, Lauren. We also made our way deeper into this community. We're right here at Castle Pines Drive, where we believe a part of that investigation started. And not too long ago, we saw the mobile command center make its way throughout this community as well, along with other RPD officers. I spoke with a neighbor not too long ago as well, and he told me just before 5 o'clock he saw 4 Raleigh police officers zoom through, and as soon as they came, they left out. So a lot of folks just really concerned about what happened in their neighborhood. A lot of people told me that they got out of the neighborhood maybe about 5 minutes before all of this unfolded. So a lot of people just really shaken by everything that unfolded. Take a listen to some of the people I met tonight.
It's a little unsettling. It's also unsettling to know that I missed it by 5 minutes, and I'm feeling very grateful for that.
I was actually out here when it started, and actually I believe they said they was up on the golf course shooting, and we was out here, so really scared. It's scary. We've been here for like 25 years and just ready to move now. I mean, it's too much.
Too much. A lot of folks just really shaken, heartbroken too, clearly not knowing if these are their neighbors who were killed in this active shooter situation. Also, RPD remains here in this community, this area just behind me taped off, and these officers will be here for a while. Before we made our way back to this portion of the neighborhood, we were on that main drag where folks were still trying to get home, waiting for hours there, but just processing what happened. You know, to hear that woman say she was just in the neighborhood 5 minutes before all of this unfolded. So a lot of people just grateful to be alive tonight. Lauren and Steve.
Caper dude.
Jamise Price
Caper
in the
boy,
Hedingham neighborhood.
take your 300
Jamise, thank you.
seconds.
And that is where the investigation continues, according to the RPD. They're talking to witnesses. They are gathering evidence right there. So that is still very much an active part of the investigation. Those numerous crime scenes in the Hedingham neighborhood. From there, the manhunt went farther east from there, across the Neuse River to an area north of Old Mill Burney Road and just west of I-540. That's where they were able to find that suspect tonight.
That's right. Joel Brown has been near that scene. He says he found out it was more of a metal shed. We had heard garage and we'd heard different things. Joel, what can you tell us at this hour?
Yeah, Lauren, what did the governor say? How did he put it? Terror has reached our doorstep. Well, that terror ended here. We're at the corner of Old Mill Burney Road and McConnell Olive Drive. You can see those Raleigh police cruisers behind us. They are blocking off McConnell Olive Drive because not far down that road is where that shed is, that metal shed, that structure where that teenage boy armed with a long gun made his way to after opening fire in the Hedingham subdivision. He came here. He found haven here in this structure and proceeded to lead a standoff with Raleigh police that lasted for several hours. We heard from sources as this was going on in real time that at one point RPD sent one of its drones in to try and get eyes on the suspect. At one point, I know you guys have had reporting on this during the coverage too, that they sent Raleigh PD sent in its robot to try and get some eyes in. Well, at some point later in the evening, Raleigh police made the decision to move in on that shed, and that is where they not know the condition of that teenage boy, who is the center of all of this. When we rolled up, we were on Old Mill Burney Road for what seems like hours as RPD was blocking off traffic on this side of town because of what was going on behind us. When we pulled in, this is the scene. This is as close as we can get because there is, while we heard Jamise has a very active investigation on her side of East Raleigh, on this side an equally large investigation as RPD and other crime scene investigators go over the scene here inside that shed where this all came to an end just a little while ago, Stephen Lauren.
Yeah, Joel makes the point that ended there. You know, it started somewhere else, but it's been going on all day tonight or all day today, and we've been able to talk to people and kind of understand how this has happened in different parts of our city today.
Joel, thank you. One of the big bits of news from Joel there is that the young juvenile male gunman is now at Wake Med, so presumably has some injuries. As you mentioned, we were talking to people through the day, through the evening here live on our coverage on Eyewitness News. One of them was Victoria McGraw, and she described what was happening inside her home there in Hedingham. She saw all the police activity. She was very concerned about it. She was home with one of her children at the time, and she described for us what was happening there. She looked out the window. She was taking pictures for us as officers were working to keep everyone safe there.
Police officers were you could tell it was a very high situation because the officers were yelling, not in a way of like, oh my gosh, they're yelling at me, but they were yelling in the sense of, go in your house. We want you to stay in your house. And as I'm like going back, that the officer, one of the officers, informed me that there was a gunman around.
And these were the pictures she sent us from her neighborhood showing the response there. Some officers there with their guns drawn, and she described officers yelling when people would come outside, Steve, to go back inside, go back inside. It is not safe. Now is not the time to be outside.
As this was unfolding on our live coverage nonstop here on Eyewitness News tonight, we also checked in with a Raleigh City Council member, Corey Branch, as he and other council members and the mayor were working to piece this together.
Yeah, at that point, the suspect was not in custody, but he did describe the moment that he knew something was not right.
So I was actually driving, and I saw a lot of blue lights going very fast in my community, going to a scene. So that's how I knew something had happened. And I was just trying to wait on getting details and information.
That is Raleigh City Councilman Corey Branch. We're also getting some details from the Wake County District Attorney Lauren Freeman. She says her office, prosecutors, are now working with law enforcement agencies on this immense job of piecing this together. And she says we need to mourn together, we need to comfort each other, and they are assisting in the process of getting in touch with the loved ones of these 5 people who were shot and killed in East Raleigh today.
Yeah, our coverage on today's tragedy continues. We speak to a law enforcement expert weighing in on the recent developments, and we also want to check in with Don tonight. Hi, Don.
Hey, good evening. We are tracking a few spotty.
Hang on a second. Hang on. I don't give a damn what y'all fucking say. I'm out every damn night in my damn trucks, in my damn vehicles, right or wrong? I know there's a couple of you that come in here just to talk shit and fucking troll. If you want to come in here and be a fucking troll, I will ban your ass. I didn't break my fucking truck. After a while, shit tends to wear out. Think about it. Or does your BMX, oh no, if you own if all you own is a BMX or a mountain bike, shit doesn't tend to break, right? Is that what it is? You ride a bicycle around so it don't break down on you? And there's no copyright infringement. It can broadcast the news. So Caper Boy, here, I got something for you again, Caper Boy. There. Take another one for 300 seconds. So don't come up in my life to, oh my God, he broke another vehicle. Listen to this. I own them. I can break them. If I want to run the motherfucker into a wall, I can. Right or wrong? If I want to run the damn thing into a wall, I can do whatever I want with them. But an alternator is not me breaking it. It's an alternator wore out. So yeah, they got to be replaced. So if you want to come up in here and judge me on it, do you have $444 fucking dollars to help me buy an alternator? Or the ones that don't even donate want to come in here and always talk shit about donating? And you've never fucking donated to my fucking stream? Get the fuck out of here. Shit.
Rolling on the high road, rolling on the high road, yeah. Taking on the high road, yeah. Taking on the high road tonight. Taking on a high road tonight. They're just gonna say what they say, and that's okay. I'm gonna keep going my way, travel miles away. I'm on that SpaceX, yeah. I'm trying to get to the moon, baby. There ain't no stopping. I'ma keep on going till the stars fall out the sky. Riding on a high road, riding on a high road, oh, sipping on Moscato, yeah, just riding on a high in my big truck, riding through the streets. All the other streamers trying to compete. I don't care what they gotta say about me. They know that I bring the heat, babe. They know that I bring the heat, babe. They know that I
Why ain't I at the standoff? Well, I'm in California and the standoff was in Raleigh, North Carolina.
I'm taking on a high road tonight. Riding on a high road, rolling on a high road, just sipping on Moscato, yeah. Rolling on a high road.
Well, I got the scanners on now for Bakersfield, so we'll see what happens. I am waiting for the parts to come in to fix the alternator and the oil pressure sensor. I wish I could tell the people that I got the parts from, well, here we go. Come on, hurry up, hurry up. But if you want to give me $444, hell, come on, give it to me. If not, what else you want me to do? What, do I just do like old Eazy-E said back in the day? If it breaks down, throw it in the gutter, go buy another? Well, shit, I've already bought 6. Now I got to fix them. I'm not buying no more. I'm just going to fix the ones I have. Hell, if I keep buying cars and keep buying cars, by the time I'm said and done with and I don't fix one, fix the ones I already have, I'm going to own a damn junkyard. Oh, shit. How long have I been live for 6 hours already today? I was live on Twitch for a long time today, playing music, being DJ T-Dub on Twitch for what, 4 hours almost? Yeah, for about 4 hours I was live on Twitch. I can go live on Twitch and play all the music I want to play. If I go live on Facebook and YouTube, I can only play what they allow me to play. Huh, ain't that some shit? And I can only play my own music. So the scanner's on, see what happens. I ain't going to be able to run it. So if I find someone out that's live like Alex or RD, I'll overlay them. But I ain't going to be able to run no damn runs. Oh, shit. Hang on, let me unmute.
At this point, we just don't have those details on what has been a day of not only tragedy, but such terror for so many people living in that community. As they were looking out their windows, they were on their sidewalks, they were in their yards, and they were seeing what was happening.
Or if Darren goes out again, I will put Darren out on the overlay.
Gunned down.
But I
As
can't
we've
make
been telling
nobody
you,
go live.
we don't know
Shit.
anything more than basic details about the gunman, said to be a juvenile, a male juvenile with a long gun.
All right,
Do
we're going
not
to
put
switch
that
gears.
name in my chat.
Check in with Don Schwinneker,
That
who
is one
has
name
an
I do
update for
not
us on the
ever
weather.
want
Hi,
in my
Don.
chat.
And good evening to you guys. We are tracking a few light showers working through right now, working out of Durham County. They're weakening as they work into Wake County. They've just popped up over the past 15 minutes. The main line really hasn't moved that much tonight. We will see it moving off to the east through the overnight hours, and it does bring us cooler air. Kids heading to the bus stop tomorrow morning will see temperatures in the 50s. They'll need the jackets. It will be cooler tomorrow as they head home, 72 degrees. Live
That
look under a
comment has
mostly
been
cloudy
removed
sky
by
tonight,
me.
63 in downtown Raleigh.
Do
Winds are
not
calm.
ever,
We'll go from there to a live
ever
look
put
into
that name in my chat.
Fayetteville tonight, 69 on a southwest wind at 9 miles per
If
hour.
you refer to that
Overnight,
name,
those
just say
numbers
snake.
dropping into the 50s for lows and even 40s up north. 44 out your door, Roxborough, 49 Henderson, 51 in Roanoke Rapids, 55 Fayetteville, 47 in Sanford. The frontal boundary sits back here. We're going to wait for that frontal boundary to work through. Once it does, lots of cool air pouring in on the backside of
I
that
don't need to
system. You can see the
broadcast
clear real
this. I don't
estate
need to
across
know their
Tennessee
damn
and
weather
Kentucky
channel
tonight.
shit.
That's what will
Hang
work
on.
its way in here. Your
We don't need to know their damn weather. Huh. Let me see. Let me go here. Let me go here. Let me see now.
Yeah, prayers go out to the family. It could be somebody's dad, mom, sister. It's just, heart-wrenching to see, guys, but
I will do that.
prayers go out to the
So
driver
RD
too,
is on a
guys.
fatal accident. So as you see, there is a body bag on scene. RD is on a fatal accident.
Most of these people out here, probably picking up bottles on the side of the road. You do usually see them. There is a lot of debris on the ground. A lot of debris. Don't know if it was a bag or whatever, or bottles, cans.
Darla, thank you for those stars. So RD is at a fatal accident. I don't know what freeway that is. I know he's looking through a fence. I'll tell you right now where this accident was at. I'll get to location.
So this Hub Patrol's got a lot of work to do, guys. So they'll probably be out here for a while. This guy's probably getting out for it. This work truck right here, guys. Whatever.
There's another standoff in the printer.
Let's go. So guys, we're gonna leave this area, guys.
Another standoff in the printer? No, never?
Twin truck. No, that's the other one. There's another one. I heard it was shot fired and you showed me from the twin truck.
So we're gonna leave this scene. We're gonna go somewhere else, guys. But prayers go out to the family and the driver. It's pretty crazy, guys. So we're gonna get going, guys. There it is. Running code.
City units, Christopher broadcast, HNS, use News Dino, Stockdale at the McDonald's. On 2 white females, first wearing tank top, second unknown description, also with a white outdoor color shirt.
4 minutes away.
Okay.
Let's go.
Yeah, go right on hospital.
So that accident that was off of Hoskins and 99.
Who was that?
I'm in the area.
Yeah.
Additional unit. Like 20. It'll be for 3 Valley 5. Like 5, I'll show you now. Tech 20. It'll be for 3 Valley 5. Can I get an additional unit? Metro 4, Code 8, I'll be around. 3 Metro 4 will be to Jameson Center with 3 Valley 5 and Tech 20. This is Tech 20. This 3 Valley 5 because. No, not right now. 10-4.
It's terrible.
The guy you was talking to.
20, can you expedite the next unit,
The
please?
lady that got hit might be one that's right here. They think they know her.
We'll be to the Jameson Center. Tech 25 situation. Subject. 10-4. 3 City Tech 20, confirm it's the juvenile. 20 affirmative.
Guys, we're going to a standoff, guys. We're going to another one. I guess there's activity going on right here, guys. So we're gonna go check it out. Right here? Yep.
Hello? Oh, okay. I thought you said, yeah, that's the same there. That's the same one from earlier. Yeah, it's been over there. Oh, we're over here. You sent me the Twin Talk. That's where we were going.
Are we going right or straight?
All right, thanks.
We're going right or straight? Straight.
No, he's talking about the one over there.
We're riding with RD right now. We're riding with RD.
So there's not one out here?
George, thank you for those stars.
Well, guess what? Thank you, Vicky.
Vehicles can be 1097 exchange just south of Edison.
Jump on the freeway. Is the freeway here?
Yeah.
George, thank you for those stars.
So there's no standoff on that one, guys. So somebody was talking about the same one. You know, Bravo's there. Don't know why. They said they cleared it. There you go.
I'm waiting for confirmation, so I'm gonna mute it. I'm gonna go. I ain't gonna. Let me see where the code 33 is at. Let me see where Air 1 is at right now. So Air 1 is off of East California and Mount Vernon area. Yeah. East California and Mount Vernon. That's where Air 1 is located right now. I will be glad now when I can get back out on the street myself. I will be glad when I can get back out and start running again. Because this is getting irritating. Yeah, just hide his dumbass. Get him out of here. I gave him 2 mutes. Now he can be hit. See you later, Capper boy. Now you're no longer going to be able to chat in my live. Peace out. So I'm going to put this statement out. If you bring drama into my stream, there will be no more damn warnings. You will be banned. From here on out, if you bring drama into my stream, I will ban your ass.
Control 1, 3, hold my call for broadcast. Continue traffic on exchange. Active probation 245 to that location. Searchable for weapons and gang paraphernalia.
I will be so damn glad when I can get back into one of my vehicles and say, let's go. You know, after so long, you know, break one car, go buy another one. Now it's time to stop doing that and just start fixing what I got. Hell, before I have to open up a junkyard. So Air 1 is at an active chop shop right now. So right now they are staging units out near the chop shop. Today's weather in Bakersfield, California is a 76 degrees Fahrenheit and mostly clear. "76 degrees outside and mostly clear." My screen isn't on. My screen is on. You can see me. Ojo Pojo. Nobody's giving me drama right now, but all I'm saying is if you want to come into my stream with some troll ass drama bullshit, I'm going to put you out on your ass. And, you know, there's a reason why I don't really overlay other streamers in this town. There is a reason because, I guess I'm the only. I stand alone. I'm going to be honest. Other than the team, the TW Live's team, TW Live stands alone. With saying that, that means the TW Live team. Now, when I say team, Darren is part of the TW Live's team. Seshi is part of the TW Live's team. Camel Toe Joe, you got Micro. Now, when I say, we have our admin and mod team, we have our street team. Now, when I say street team, they know who they are. Darren, Camel Toe Joe, Seshi McClepto, Micro Viking. That's part of the team on the streets. Our admins and our moderators they don't really see the streets. Seshi does come out every now and then and ride with us. Then we have our sponsors, which are WD Decals, Discount Auto Glass, PMAF, DZ Customs, and VA, National VA Loans. But the reason why I don't overlay streamers that are in Bakersfield, because every streamer in this town is part of, they're all friends. As I say, the TW Lives, we are a standalone streaming community. That means I really don't give other people shout outs other than a few of them. But I'm not going to overlay anybody no more because they will say other streamers' names. I don't want to have other streamers' names broadcasted in my live stream. So that's the reason why I won't overlay their stream, because if they shout out their name, people's going to be, oh, let's go watch that guy. He's over there. I wish I was on the street. I wish the damn parts were here. Shit. Money's tight. Putting too much money out to fix these cars. So it is what it is. Once I get the money and everything put together, I'll have all the parts in going. I'm not asking nobody to help me fix my vehicles. I'm not going to ask for none of that. I don't need that. When I get paid, I get the parts. When they get here, I'll pick them up. I can't drive a car that don't have tags on it. One of them's ready to go. I just got to get to the DMV and pay the tags and put it on insurance and get it smogged. I can't drive a car with no tags because if something was to happen, I don't want to lose my license for a year. Since I do carry a Class A license, if I get caught doing something in a car that ain't licensed or insured or whatever, they will take my license for 1 year. And how I know this is it's already happened years and years ago. I bought a car, got into an accident, they took my driver's license. Mr. Barry, thank you for that donation again. Thank you for that donation again, Mr. Barry. So that's how it works. Because I have a commercial driver's license, I will not drive a car that ain't tagged. So that's how it's got to be. So once I get to the DMV and get everything situated, I will have one of my cars back on the street. Or if I get the parts for the truck in time, I will have it fixed. But still, at the end of this month, I still got to go pay for the tags on it. It's like everything hits. You ever got to that point where everything hits at one time? where at one time you got to put out a shit ton of money for everything you own? Well, it's that time of the year for me. I couldn't believe that I bought cars that, let's see, September, October, August, September, November is when all my tags are due. In a 3-month period, all my tags are due. Ain't that some shit? I don't need no glasses. I'm sitting a good ways away from the screen where I'm reading. My screen that I'm reading the text on is over here, outside of the view of the camera, so it's a pretty good ways away. Is that a Volkswagen under this TV? No, there's no cars, no replicas, nothing like that. Yeah, I wish. The tags on one of my cars like 203. Tags on one of the other cars like the tags on my truck come out to like 350. The tags on the Ford truck come out to like 450, 500. The tags on the Yukon was 389, and it all hits at one time. So within a 3-month period, I'm putting out almost $3,000 in tags. Almost. Yeah, Air 1 right now is, wow, Air 1's 1,000 feet off the ground doing 68 miles an hour in circles. Hang on. Shit. Really? Right there is Air 1 right now. You'll see its flight pattern. Air 1 is flying above a chop shop at 1,025 feet above. There's a fan blowing on me over across the room. It is hot out here in the garage because I have the doors closed. If I don't close the doors, I don't like people that drive by looking in on me. So I have to leave the doors closed enough to where, but yeah, the door is open enough that if I smoke a cigarette, so the smoke don't stay in here and go through the house. What do you think I pay every night to fill my vehicles up when I go on the street? But I'm not going to go out and drive somebody else's vehicle either. I'm not going to go out on the street and destroy someone else's car. You know, that's why I have my own, and I've destroyed enough of my own just driving them around. You know, that's like I say, for every donation, you got, you know, a lot of these guys that come in here and think, you know, not everybody, but some come in here and think, oh my God, you're just destroying your vehicles, yada, yada, yada. You got to remember, at the end of the day, every day that I'm out, it's wear and tear. Stuff is gonna wear out. Tires, alternators, fuel pumps. If it's a moving part or anything on a vehicle, it is gonna wear out every now and then. You can't control a vehicle from breaking down. And I don't hot rod my truck no more. I don't do stupid shit with my truck. I've been getting to the point where officers are like, normally you're here before we are. What's going on? Why are you driving so slow? We've been watching your stream, but you're driving slow now. What happened? Well, I just been doing what I'm doing, obeying the traffic laws. Hell, how am I sitting in my garage, sitting here in the studio, and people are still calling in on me telling, I'm still getting told that they're reporting me for driving reckless when I'm sitting right here in my damn chair. How am I out driving reckless when I've been sitting in my damn chair? Explain that to me. How am I getting reported? How are people still calling in on me when I'm sitting in a damn chair in my office? Explain that. Sorry, calm down. That's funny as shit, isn't it? Sitting in my damn office and they're still reporting me for driving reckless? Because they're giving the license plate off of my Ford. They're telling the officers TW Lives is out driving reckless. Jeff Kent, thank you for that donation on YouTube. No, I'm not getting no ticket. Because hell, when they call in and then when the officers are watching the stream, when they do come in and watch the stream to see where I'm at, and they're seeing that, hell, Air One, so they're calling me in because Air One's doing 110 miles an hour right now. Hey, when they see that I'm sitting in my studio, that I got a TV behind me, what can they do about it? I'm speeding on my computer, and I can't even type 120 words per minute. Human Dilemma coming in with 19 Raiders on Twitch. Welcome, Raiders. How are y'all doing tonight? Yeah, they know the license plates on my vehicle. So that's the reason why they're calling it in.
ignore the feeling. The feeling alright with the family. Making all the memories. Yeah. There's no place that I'd rather be. All of my problems don't exist when you're around. Cause I got all I need with TWs in town.
Hey, so while I'm in the studio, should I start going through old videos and bringing old videos back up?
Just passing by.
What's up, Mike? So yeah, I'm going to start going through old videos while I'm in here. But the bad thing about old videos is if I start going through the old videos, you'll start hearing the old co-pilots. You know? And then if you start hearing the old co-pilots, because we all used to talk a lot of shit to one another, you know that? Everybody that's ever been in the truck, we've always talked shit to one another. That's why I don't bring up old videos, because of that shit. You know, and then if I start bringing out old videos and shit like that gets heard, how would it look? Especially the ones that say they never talk shit about nobody. How would it look when all that shit gets aired out? Ones that say they've never talked shit. Or, you know, like my toe. I can joke around about my toe all night long. I can. But when somebody else does it, it kind of, what the fuck? But it is what it is. You know, I opened myself up to it, you know. It is what it is. But people can't go out and say they never talk shit on the live about nobody. Right? Because I have the proof. I have 2.5 years of proof of all the shit talking that has ever happened in one of my vehicles. Because every video I've ever done, or every video that has, even the ones that weren't posted, I still have them. Every video I've ever done has been saved. I could post them. I can bring them back to light. You know, it's always it's always there. Everything that's ever been said or done is there. There's 2.5 years of videos that are there. Every co-pilot I've ever had in the truck, it's there. Even the ones that said they've never joked around, that they've never talked shit, It's there. Mike, what do you mean enough? You know, that's like when I go to scenes. When I go to a scene, if the family is on a scene, I try to be as respectful as possible. If the family comes up to me and asks me to please leave, I'll leave the scene because they respectfully came up to me and asked if I could leave the scene. So tender moments need to be dealt with tenderly, correct? Oh, Air One left. Where'd he go? Where'd he go? Air One, follow. What is this? United States. Oh, never seen this one before. What is this one? Okay, that's the county fire department. All right, gotcha. Got you covered. What is this one? That is San Francisco to LAX. What is this one? Oh, that's a Cessna. What's this? Come here. San Jose to Palm Springs. Los Angeles to Spokane. LAX to Boise. We got San Francisco to LAX. Where's Air One going? Come here. Damn you. Shit, it won't let me put on the option to follow him tonight. Let's see, settings. Let's go. Altitude. Damn. Let's go none. Black and white? No, okay, so it looks like Air One is headed back to the airport.
Control 1 Eagle 6, Eagle 26, 10 7.
So yeah, Air One is going to the airport, gonna land. So behind me on the TV screen behind me, you're still seeing the, what are that called? The That is the Niagara Falls still. That's what you're seeing behind me. So yeah, there's the Niagara Falls, and you see all my screens now, don't you? Can you count all the screens I have playing but in front of it? See them all? I'm running my own news desk and everything. It's a news desk with 7 different screens in front of me. All right, Mr. Allen, have a good night, brother. So in the wake of what happened earlier today, there was an active shooter scenario in the state of North Carolina.
Jared Jones has just arrived. I hear the sirens in the distance.
What's up, Skull?
I hear the engine of the beast. I hear the music playing loud, louder. It's a cold 33. I think I'm going crazy. I'm seeing blue and red lights. Oh, I might be addicted to 2W lives. I'm in love with crime city. I'm in love with crime city. We got a 245, light it up, code 3 BPD, light it up, air one in the sky, super high, super fly, going live till it's 5, catching crime through the night, we gotta chase in a cycle, oh yeah, he feeling bad like Michael, oh yeah, you better run, yeah. I hear the sirens in the distance. I hear the engine of the beast. I hear the music playing loud, louder. It's a cold 33. Oh yeah, I think I'm going crazy. I'm seeing blue and red lights. Oh, I might be addicted.
So yes, today in Raleigh, North Carolina, there was a shooting, an active shooter. There were 7 people injured. So out of the 7, 1 police officer, Raleigh PD officer was shot and killed. A canine officer was shot in the leg. He has since been released from the hospital, and there was another victim that is still in critical at the hospital, and 4 were killed on scene. 4 passed away on the scene of the shooting. Then later into the evening, they did surround the metal building where they did take the suspect into custody with a head injury. But during that whole scenario, the anchorman, the news journalists, the reporters, I can't believe that, if you're going to do this, if you're going to be in this line of work, you need to be out in You need to be out in the streets and know what's going on. You need to have more common sense in stating what is the difference between being contained and detained. There's a big difference. Contained means they got you in a scenario where you can't get away. Detained means you're in damn handcuffs. So they had him contained for a numerous amount of hours before they got him in handcuffs, which is detained. But yes, he was a 14-year-old white male with a long rifle going around shooting people. They know they're, and then during the broadcast, they stated, when I was having issues with the internet, a young man went out. We don't know why, but he wasted his life. Yeah, his life is wasted because he went out and done something with a gun that he should have never done. So it's confirmed that it was a 14-year-old juvenile white male. So yeah, they don't even know the damn age of the person yet. They said 15. Now they're saying 14. Now they're saying 16. So we don't actually know the age of the juvenile. We just know it's a juvenile as of right now. But we do know there was 7 people shot. An off-duty, I don't even want to say an off-duty police officer, because if you wear a badge, it don't matter on duty, off duty, you're still a police officer. I've seen off-duty officers pull somebody over. I've seen off-duty officers take someone into custody. So anytime you wear a badge, it makes you an officer of the law. It don't matter off-duty, on duty. You're still a law enforcement officer. That's 24 hours a day. You're a law enforcement officer. So and then there was an on-duty canine officer that got shot in the leg. He was transported to the hospital. He has since been released with minor injuries. He was shot in the leg. The officer that was shot and killed did pass away on the scene. 4 others passed away on the scene too from their injuries. And there is one at the hospital right now he's in critical, and the person is in critical condition, and the shooter is at the hospital with injuries to the head. So it is, but they're saying gun violence. This ain't a case of gun violence. This is a case of human chaos. It was a human that caused this chaos, not the gun that the person was carrying. Because the gun that he was carrying did not cause the chaos. He was behind the gun that caused, because he had his booger hook in the wrong place at the wrong time. So, and that's how you're going to have to look at it. Guns don't shoot people, people shoot people. And it happened in a suburb in Raleigh, North Carolina. I don't know. So from what we were hearing, the shooter and the law enforcement did trade gunfire with each other. They did. Gunfire was traded between the suspect and police officers. So we don't know. I don't know, and I'm not going to assume if he shot himself or he was hit by a police officer when they fired back at him. But it sounds like typically, if they're saying what they're saying and he was shot in the head, most likely he shot himself and he didn't get the job done. So that would be a close range shooting. If brain matter was exposed, that would be a close range point blank shooting. So that would mean he probably shot himself, but we're not going to assume that because it could have been a round from a police officer when they exchanged when they shot when he opened fire on officers and fire opened back on him. So he wasn't in a barn, he wasn't in a garage, he was in a metal building that was out, not even attached to a house. So that's what happened. I think it was going on for like 6-7 hours. But then they were talking to people in the area. Oh, we've lived here. One guy, I've lived here for a long time. It's a good neighborhood. Nothing like this ever happens in my neighborhood. And then they talked to another lady that lived in the neighborhood for 25 years. And her biggest remark was, I can't wait to move out of here. So it don't matter what neighborhood you live in. It does not matter. If it's going to happen in your neighborhood, it's going to happen. Whether it's a good neighborhood, a bad neighborhood, or whatever it is. So you can live in a gated neighborhood and crime's still going to happen. How many times have we been to a scene where someone was breaking into somebody's house in a beautiful neighborhood? Was it just about a month ago? That neighborhood in Rosedale, nothing ever happens, but the house got broke into twice in a 2-night period. The second day, they had a standoff in front of the house till the guy come out. He got shot by the neighbor, right or wrong. But everybody says, oh, this neighborhood, nothing ever happens in this neighborhood. But when it does, oh, fuck this neighborhood. It's not a good neighborhood. Hubert, thank you for that resub. It does not matter where you live when it happens. It's going to happen no matter what. And you can't blame it on gun violence because the gun ain't going to shoot itself. Yeah, and the oldest line in the book, he was such a good boy. He had a good upbringing. He just got mad one day and went on a shooting spree. And it wasn't just any kind of a shooting spree. It was a mass shooting. Mass shooting. If he was 14, 15, or 16, if they give him life in prison, what, life, 40 years? He'll still be able to get out when he's 40 or 50 years old. 60 years old, he'll be able to get out and walk free again. But the families are going to live with this the rest of their life. So right now we have a code 33 going on somewhere. Right now we have a code 33 on channel 2, 7990 White Lane. Dispatch, what was the code for? What have they got the code doing? So they are taking the person into custody. this. It looks like they need to trim some trees in New York. There's your New York skyline. So that's 235th Avenue in New York. Looks like they need to trim some trees. Cut them damn trees down so we can see what that damn camera's supposed to be doing. Shit. Ain't no one trying to watch no damn tree when they're trying to see the skyline. Now look how tall them damn buildings are. Shit. It looks like it's raining too. So that tree must be on top of a building because that damn camera's way up there or some kind of a bush. Right now the camera's sitting in, we are at 235th Avenue in New York, watching the skyline webcam on the top of a building in New York. Man, the admin channel still sucks tonight. I think we are in a bird's nest. I think that bird shit on the camera. Oh, nope, there's umbrellas. There's umbrellas walking around on top of a building. So I hear officers coming toward me, but I ain't going to run to that car. I'm hoping to be back on the streets by tomorrow. I'm hoping. I'm hoping everything goes well to where I can get back out on the streets tomorrow. I am missing it. I miss being on the streets already. Let me see if I can find a better camera in New York that ain't got damn shit all over it. Damn trees and shit. Oh. Huh. Wow. Y'all want to take a trip to Rome? This webcam's in Rome. We could travel the world by... Oh, shit. You don't want to see this? Look at that right here, watch. The Colosseum in Rome. Now that's cool as hell right there, I'll tell you what. That is cool. Let's see what else we can find. Right now we're just traveling the world. It's not giving me nothing in Dubai. United States, New York, New York. Gatlinburg, Tennessee. We can go to Times Square in New York. There's Times Square in New York. You don't got to renew your passport. We could travel all over the world. Right now we're in New York, Times Square. See, 9, 10, 9:30, 10:30, 11:30, 12:30 at night. And look how many people are still on the street at that time, at 12:30. Yeah, you damn New Yorkers don't sleep. I know that. The last time I went to New York, we partied all damn night. Why do I want to see? Why do we want to see water at nighttime? Australia? Sydney? Here's Sydney, Australia. Welcome to Sydney, Australia, everybody. It don't look like it's about to be nighttime in Australia. So this webcam is on top of the View Hotel. Hotel View. Let's see where we can go to next. Dub, can we get Ontario? Let me see if we can get to Ontario, Canada. The Americas. What the hell? Honduras, Ecuador, Dominican, Costa Rica, Argentina, Barbados, Brazil, the United Kingdom, it's not even giving me no damn cameras in Canada. Damn. We can go underwater in the Maldives. Look, we're underwater in the Maldives. It's been live for 32 minutes. Looks like we're getting attacked by fish. That's some blue water, isn't it? Some clear ass water. All right, let's see where else we can go. Yeah, we can go to London. We can go to the UK. Let's see. See if they have what webcams they have active in the hell. Oxford, Eastbourne, Portsmouth, Shanklin, Wales, Hastings Pier, England, Linlithgow, Scotland. Wow. Let's see. Damn, all the cameras are all shitty here. Especially the ones in New York all suck. Here. Golden Gate Bridge. 52 degrees in San Francisco. Oh, on the TV behind me, that is the Niagara Falls. That's what's been playing on the TV behind me. The Canadian side of Niagara Falls. Hey, look, a limo. 2 limos. 3 limos. Shit. Yeah, where do we want to go? The Brandenburg Gate in Berlin, Germany. Go to Germany right here. Go to San Juan, Puerto Rico. Let me see. Puerto Rico. Huh. It's not giving me Puerto Rico. It says Costa Rica, Peru. So Puerto Rico would be considered what? United States? No, Americas. Here's Amsterdam. I wouldn't mind going there. Damn, that camera moves quick. What do you mean, what happened to sound? You're not hearing me talking? The sound's, it's loud on my side. I'm hearing myself loud and clear. Oh, I am. Hey, hang on. How's that now? Better? Sound better now? How's the sound now? Let me see if that was the issue. How's that? Better on the sound? I had too much going on. Let's see if we can get to Hawaii. Nope. California, Nevada, New York, Oregon, state of Georgia, Tennessee. is all it's going to give us in America. And the one in Las Vegas is down. Or my internet just took a shit again. Damn, I've been live for 8 hours almost. Yeah, I'm currently offline. Son of a bitch. This is really getting to me. This is really getting on my nerves. Can anybody hear me? Come on with your bullshit. The internet here, I don't understand why Bakersfield has so stupid ass internet. Oh, yeah. Want to go to Madagascar? There you go. Now we're in Madagascar. I want to get my wife to go there for a vacation. Shit. I just can't help the internet. The shitty. Can we go to Switzerland? Hang on. Let's go. Let me see. Man, I almost moved Switzerland. Right there. All the cameras in Switzerland right now are, it's dark. But right there, Switzerland. I'm doing beautiful, guys. I am missing the streets. I have really been missing running around town on the streets. But like I say, everybody always says, oh, T-Dub's rich. I wish. I'm not. To be honest, this whole damn deal broke me. But it is what it is, you can only do what you can do. But this is Sylvia Plana? Sylvia Plana? I don't know. I've never even heard of that mountain. Let's see. Lake Como? Webcams. Iceland? Ireland? Let's go to Ireland. In Dublin. I know we have someone in here that watches from Dublin. Who is it? Hey, if you're from Dublin, Ireland, go over here where this webcam is and wave at us. If you're in Dublin, Ireland, go over there and find that webcam and wave. Johnny, I haven't got the part in yet, so how can I fix it if I don't have it here? Am I right or wrong? If I don't have the part in possession, I can't fix it. Well, apparently that webcam's not working in Dublin. Oh, that looks cool. Wow. Can you imagine doing a takeover right there on that? The alternator went out. I'm okay. As we know of right now, on the diagnostics that we had ran, you know. So what we know of right now, the alternator has went out and the oil pressure sensor went out. So until I get that fixed and get it back up and running, we don't know what else has went wrong with the truck. I'm hoping it's nothing internal. I'm hoping it's just an external fix, not an internal fix. If it's an internal fix, then I'm looking at about $4,700 to buy a new motor for the truck. So $4,700 for a new motor when I'm hoping it's just an alternator and the oil pressure switch. This name of this website is called Skyline Webcams. Moises, do me a favor. Send me that link. Send that link to my messages and I'll get that situated. Oh, yeah, it's a beautiful vacation site when you can sit at home and watch it for free. So I'm hoping it's an external fix, not an internal fix. Oh, shit. Mount Olympus, home of the gods. Where's it at? Yeah, the Ford is down because I got lied to about that. I got told when I bought it, it had brand new injectors, brand new glow plugs, and it didn't. The person that I contacted the shop that supposedly did all the work on the glow plugs and the injectors, and they said they never worked on it. So when you have to start a diesel engine with ether all the time, so after a while of shooting ether into it to start it, it is going to have other issues. It's not good to start a vehicle with ether all of the time. You know what I mean? And if you know anything about mechanics, starting a diesel engine with ether every day is not good for it, right or wrong. You can't hear me talking at all? So having to start the truck with ether did cause more. But to fix the issue before, it would have cost me $5,700 to buy the glow plugs and then $1,500 to install them. Because the mechanic shop that wanted to do it, they say you have to lift the cab off of a 6.0. They have to get the cab away from the motor so they can get to it easier. So that's the reason why the Ford is down. Too much ether to use all the time to start it. Want to go to Mexico? Cabo San Lucas. Cabo San Lucas, Mexico. Yeah, I know the mic is on a delay tonight because we're having issues with the internet here in Bakersfield. This is Cabo San Lucas, Mexico. That's a shitty camera, though. Rio de Janeiro. The Copacabana. Copacabana. In Rio de Janeiro, Brazil. You say where? Go where to where? We already been to Amsterdam. Let me see. Let's go back to Amsterdam. Where is it at? Where's Amsterdam? What country would that be in? Am I not reading it right? Isn't Amsterdam in the United Kingdom? Or Europe? Let me see. Netherlands? Yeah, right here's Amsterdam. It's in the Netherlands. Right here's Amsterdam. But it says pan, tilt, zoom. But it's not giving me an option to pan or tilt or zoom it. Does it have sound? No. The red light district of Amsterdam? Man, it don't sound like it's a very busy night. The scanners really ain't going crazy at all. There was an accident on the freeway of Highway 99 and Hoskins, a vehicle versus pedestrian on the freeway. So there was a fatality during that accident, but I don't know if it was male or female that was walking on the side of the highway. I don't know if it was male or female that passed away, but there was a vehicle versus pedestrian. What time is it in Bakersfield right now? 10 o'clock, 10 p.m. And I'll be honest with you, I am missing the damn streets. Sitting here at this damn desk, sitting in this chair for a long period of time is kicking my ass. It hurts. But I have been live for 7 hours and 39 minutes. I've been live for 7 hours and 39 minutes. Oh, now it finally is going to start to tilt and zoom. Huh, nice.
When the sun comes down and the moon goes up, I'll be riding along. When there's no crime in town and the scanners are down, I'll be riding along. On the roof of the roof vents or in the trunk, I'll be riding
crazy
along.
Though, if we're over here and we're watching out all over the world,
or in the backseat with Viper,
right in front of us on the webcam, on this
it don't
camera,
matter,
wouldn't that
I'll
shit
be
crazy?
riding along. Yeah, yeah. Gonna keep on riding till the wheels fall off. Wheels fall off. Oh, nothing like the sound of the wheels falling off. Wheels fall off. There ain't nothing like the sun going down as the tires are burning from the heat on the ground. Gonna keep on riding till the wheels fall off. Till the wheels fall off.
In the heat of the night, the stars shining bright, I'll be riding along. Through the dark of the night, with everything right, I'll be riding along. I don't care where we go, I don't care where we end, I'll be riding with all my friends. Gonna keep riding till the wheels fall off. Gonna keep riding till the wheels fall off. Wheels fall off. Nothing like the sound of the wheels falling off. Wheels fall off. There ain't nothing like the sun going down as the tires are burning from the heat on the ground. Gonna keep riding till the wheels fall off. Till the wheels fall off.
Till the wheels fall off.
Till the wheels fall off.
All right, Stefan.
Wheels fall off.
Thank you for joining in.
Wheels fall off.
Thank you for joining in, Mr. Stefan. What's up, Junior? How was your hunting season up there? All right, guys. So right now we are going to play the coffee song. We need to get some more of that coffee sold. So while we're playing this song, get those coffee cups up. We are going to be posting the coffee links. Let's get that coffee sold, you know. Come on now. Let's do this.
It's been a real long day, working that 9 to 5. Gonna sit back and relax, watch CW lives. I wanna get away, escape to paradise. Yeah. A cup of coffee would be nice, a sip of Italy, maybe Colombia. I wanna taste a little bit of the world. Give me that French roast, I gotta feel alive. Yeah. I wanna take a ride, I need something to sweep me right off my feet. Yeah, I want something to knock me down on my knees. I want something real tasty right on my tongue. Yeah, I must be dreaming of that TW code. Ooh, baby, my taste buds are aroused by the beans in the ground. TW code. Ooh, fill my cup up to the top. I don't want it to stop. TW code. Oh, the cover. TW code. Oh, the cover. TW code. Oh, the cover. TW code. On the cover. I feel so good when I dance. I'm on that sugar bounce. I bet this beat make it move. Come on, let's groove it out. I got that caffeine high, and I'm not coming down. No, nobody's stopping the feeling. I feel so good when I dance. I'm on that sugar bounce. I bet this beat make it move. Come on, let's groove it out. I got that caffeine high, and I'm not coming down. No, nobody's stopping the feeling. Need something to sweep me right off my feet. Yeah, I want something to knock me down on my
Oh, look,
knees.
it's Shorty Hicks.
Want something real tasty right on my tongue. Yeah, I must be dreaming of that TW coffee. Ooh, baby, my taste buds are aroused by the beans in the ground. TW coffee. Ooh, fill my cup up to the top. I don't want it to stop. TW coffee. Oh, the coffee. TW coffee. Oh, the coffee. TW coffee. Oh, the coffee. TW coffee.
Why are we not in a vehicle tonight? My vehicle is down until I get the part. I got to get the parts in so I can put the vehicles back together. So we do got a birthday tonight, so we will be playing the birthday song. Happy birthday to everybody that's birthdays are tonight. And Brandon, you can't handle the shit that I got behind me in my bar, buddy. You can't handle this.
Oh, we got a birthday in the house tonight. Well, happy birthday. Happy birthday to you. Well, happy birthday. Happy birthday to you. Well, happy birthday to you. TWI. Well, get plastered. You know you got the right. Well, get plastered. You know you got the right. Happy birthday to you, TWI. Well, you know it's your day, so let's get it right. We're gonna party all damn night. Happy birthday. Happy birthday to you. Baby. Happy birthday, my friend. TWI. Happy birthday, my friend. TWI.
No, Brandon, you can't handle that shit. You little loopy ass. What? You want to get roasted in chipmunk? I'll roast your ass in chipmunk. Come on, let's do this. Chipmunk roast. Come on, Brandon. Ha. Hey. Where you at, Brandon? Brandon! Come on, Brandon! Oh, Brandon! Well, happy birthday! Clown house. Really, dude? Really? You don't even meet the height requirement to talk shit. I've already played Fly High 3 times tonight. You want to get roasted by Alvin? No, it's not fixed yet. I'm still working on it. Come on! You want to get roasted? We can have fun. What? There's a code 33 going on by the Burger King by the house, yeah. Oh, you're gonna call in a minute? Nah, don't be calling my damn phone. Hell no. You type, fool. You type. I talk shit. Chipmunk and Dale's pole dancing? I miss the road too. I miss it. I will be out there soon. I promise. I promise. Yeehaw! Bakersfield Town by Bobby Johnson.
I'm just out running around, trying to figure out what's going down. Things are kind of quiet, not much going on. It's a quiet kind of night, this old town.
You don't fit the height requirement to call in. So sit there, little cupcake.
Everywhere I go, nothing there.
Alright, cupcake. Hell, you weren't even tall enough to be seen in front of the truck the other night when you walked out in front of me.
Nowhere to go. I'm ready to retire. Stop for a while to clear my mind.
Brandon's got a twerk? Yeah. He ain't gonna twerk.
The sidewalks are empty, they're all rolled up. No one inside.
Nope, I'm not answering the phone. Nope. No phone calls.
Loneliness is getting old. You're riding around, nowhere to go. I'm
I have to wait to get the alternator in, so that's why I'm not on the street. I'm here in the studio. Do the chipmunk twerk? Twerk, 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 twerk. Yeah, I forwarded your call, fool. You know why? 'Cause I can. That option's on my phone. It says forward. Brandon, 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 Brandon. Nope. Hang on, fool. Hang on, sucker. Hang on, sucker. You want to talk shit? We'll do it this way. All right? Hang on. We'll do it this way. You better answer your phone, fool. You better answer it. Don't let it go to damn voices. Oh, here we go. I'm here, motherfucker. Hey, look, it's a drunk chipmunk. Hang on. You got a drunk chipmunk getting his ass yelled at in the background. Hey, turn that down. The drunken chipmunk's getting yelled at in the background over there, like, ooh, like he's gonna do something funny. Gonna get yelled at. Watch, listen. Alright, what's up? Now that okay, everything's quiet. Why you sound like a chipmunk, motherfucker? Oh, shit. Oh, yeah, it's a shit-talking motherfucker that always likes to get banned from your guys' shit. Well, actually, I haven't got banned for a while. But a lot of your followers love me. They do. Oh, shit. To be honest, they do. A lot of your followers love me. Well, right now, everybody's laughing at you because you're drunk. Oh, no, they're laughing because they love me. Because I'm a funny son of a bitch. It's hard to be mad at somebody when they sound like a damn chipmunk. Oh, it sounds like... Really? You're making me sound like a chipmunk? You son of a bitch! Oh, you son of a bitch! Okay. I'll give you that, you asshole. Hey, take that shit off. No. Honestly, you're gonna sound like a chipmunk if you're gonna talk shit there, shorty. Right? Hey, shorty can be shorty all he wants, but I'm a mean son of a bitch if it comes down to it. And I got your back, and you know that. Hard to sound mean as a chipmunk, though. Hey, have you ever met the chipmunk from the Three Chipmunks? The one with the A?
Does he sound
He was
mean,
an
guys?
asshole.
Does he really sound mean?
Oh, he could be mean. He could be mean.
Oh, shit.
Besides all that, okay, take me off that chipmunk shit.
No.
Okay, that's fine. Hey, what the hell is going on with you, all the other streamers? I want to know.
I stand alone.
I don't watch much.
I stand alone. The
Of course you
TW
stand alone.
family stands alone.
Of course you do, and you don't suck only one wiener. It's mine.
Oh, shit.
Okay, I'll stop that. He's about to hang up on me.
Oh, hang on, asshole. Hang on.
Oh God, are you gonna bring in your? Oh, you gonna pull up your?
Hang on,
your shirt?
asshole.
Oh God.
Hang on, asshole. Sing along, fool. Hang on.
Sing along, okay?
Hang on. Woo! Yeah! Jerry the Chipmunk?
Ain't no chipmunk there. I'll whip somebody's ass. You damn well know that. The old lady knows that. I'm a full son bitch.
If you want to call in right now, you're going to sound like a damn chipmunk.
That's funny. That's funny. I guess I sound like a chipmunk. You guys just call me Alvin the chipmunk.
You're not Alvin, fool. You're Theodore.
Out of all the chipmunks.
You're Theodore.
You're bullshit. Because I'm
You're
not
Theodore.
smart. Bullshit. Because Theodore is smart.
You're Theodore.
Theodore is smart. I'm not.
What's the other one's name?
Theodore is a smart one. I'm not smart. I'm a dumbass. That's what makes me Alvin.
Oh, I'm the leader. I'm the boss.
Bullshit. Okay, then you would be Theodore. To be honest, Alvin was the asshole. Theodore was
Okay,
the
you're
smart
Simon.
one.
You're Simon.
No, Simon was also smart. I'm not smart.
No, they're both taller than you.
Taller than me. What is
Simon's the smart one, fool. Theodore's the dumb one.
And Theodore's the dumb one?
Yeah.
You're 100% Theodore.
I'm Alvin.
No, the dumb one. If you say Theodore's the dumb one, you're 100%
Any way you look at it, they're all three taller than you.
Well, shit happens. It is what it is. But you're still the dumb one.
Nah.
It doesn't matter.
You got that all wrong.
I'm watching you. I'm watching the comments.
Can you hear your own voice now?
No. Because I don't have it turned up. Would you mute me? Hang on. Yeah, you still got me sounding like a fucking chipmunk. Hey, it's all good, brother. Hey, all fun and game. I love it. I love it. You know I got you. It's just so hard to take someone serious in this voice.
You're the one fucking making me sound like that, you son of a bitch.
Well, you wanted to call in.
Well, I called it, and your viewers kept asking for it. They kept saying, answer the call. Take his call.
Now they get to hear your little short ass and chipmunk.
Oh, God, is that boss lady in the background?
No, she's in the house. She ain't gonna come out here and get on no damn voice.
Oh, you know I would talk to her, too. And, I'd be respectful. I've always been respectful to you guys.
Links. Check it out.
I see.
This is my channel. I will use any voice I want, when I want, how I want, when I want to do it.
Oh, somebody else is telling you. Somebody else is telling you that, because I don't really give a shit if you change my voice. Oh, somebody else must be telling you that.
Yeah, it's over. It's on Twitch.
Oh yeah. Oh, somebody on Twitch. Okay, whoever's on Twitch, I don't really care if he changes my voice. I really don't care.
But look at everybody is having a good time now. We're all having fun.
Oh, 100%. We're having a great old time. Like, I'm watching everything. I'm watching on Facebook. And I'm watching all the comments and everything. Yeah, everything's good.
But this is tomorrow night right here. Watch. Listen. Everybody, listen.
Oh, God. What are you going to change my voice to now? I'm going to have to turn my shit up. Hello?
What?
Hello?
It's time for the weekend. Pulling up in the big white truck. It's time for the weekend. With some bitches ain't good. It's time for the weekend.
Now yours
We
is
going out
fine.
like everyone. No time for sleeping. It's time for the weekend.
We're going to sing this song?
Going live till 5 on a Friday night. I got a beer and I feel alright. 8 a.m. I got a notification.
Hey, your viewers are loving this.
Chaser, the 245 came across the scanner.
Y'all for having.
We'll show you the news. It's about to go down in town for the weekend. Pulling up
Oh, man, around.
it's time for the weekend. But some bitches ain't getting no. It's time for the weekend.
Alright, brother. I'll talk to you later. Thank you for calling
No
in.
time for sleeping. It's time for the weekend.
Click. Hey, meet my friend. Click.
Cause we don't care. We just wanna have fun with TW. And we never won.
Number two.
Hold on, we got a chase on Haley. All the mods in the chat going crazy. Can't see it, so on the radio. She pushed the gas, let's start for the weekend. Pulling up in the big white truck. It's time for the weekend. With some bitches ain't you know. It's time for the weekend. We going up like everyone. No time for sleeping. It's time for the weekend.
Let's see. It's already the weekend over where? It's Friday, so it'll be Saturday, right? In Malta, in Italy? Brian, thank you for those stars. Yeah, I wouldn't want it any other way. No, there ain't nobody like you. No, all of my problems don't exist when you're around. 'Cause I got all I need when you got me in some town. I see chases all in the street, criminals running for the BBD, and I'm alright, alright. I see everyone up in the sky, and see trucks just passing by, and I'm alright, alright. I got all I need. OTW life. OTW life. Yeah. I'm feeling alive like a Friday. I'm running these miles like a highway. There ain't no other feeling than feeling alright with my family. Making all the memories. Yeah. There's no place that I'd rather be. All of my problems don't exist when you're around. 'Cause I got all I need when you got me in some town. I see chases all in the street, criminals running for the BBD, and I'm alright, alright. Yeah, we're in Italy. Everyone up in the sky, and see trucks just passing by, and I'm alright, alright. I got all I need. OTW lives. OTW lives. Yeah. So, thank you for those stars, Vivian. So tomorrow night, we will be on the streets. We will be in an undercover car. What do y'all think? We're gonna be in the streets, but it's gonna be an undercover car. No one's gonna know what car it is until I'm out there. How about that? Ooh, we're gonna have fun. So, y'all ready for tomorrow night? We're gonna be zoom zoom and a boom boom. I do have the one chip challenge, but I'm not doing that damn thing. Yes, that is the Milan Cathedral. What, you guys are gonna want to live to 5 on Friday night? Really?
Pro.
You're really going to want to live to 5 on Friday night? Kelly, thank you for those stars. But we will be on the street tomorrow night. Can we play Bobby's song? Which song do you want by Bobby and Chipmunk? Which song do you want by Bobby and Chipmunk? We can do this one. Here, listen.
Female, male, baby.
That was Brandon Hicks, they called him. Shorty Hicks. When the sun goes down, I get in my truck. I turn my bell in the fire so sad. You think you know me, but you know you don't. You could be nicer, but you know you won't. And that's sad, so damn sad. You can't handle what you don't know, so it's time for you to go. You're a hater and it's time to go. You wanna bitch about what you don't know. You can back up your ass, you can hit it on for the door. Don't come back no more. Don't come back no, and don't come back no, and don't come back no more. There was the hater song.
Pro.
Oh, is Darren out? Let's see what's going on.
Hispanic male, video, boy, 3207413, left of Goldstone. New Metro Control. That's your broadcasting on 505 ABS, but Sahara and Paramount on the unknown vehicle. Colonel, you can control you clear.
Damn, it's got hot in here quick. No, Darren's not live. What you're seeing behind me is on the TV I am running the Niagara Falls. That is the light show at Niagara Falls on the TV behind me. So the other day I did make a phone call with somebody. You know, I thought we had everything situated and squashed, but then I find out that it's not going to happen. I thought we had everything situated, squashed, and then I find out the person's still talking shit. He made me look like a complete fool, so I will never again call nobody to try to fix shit. Yeah, that's the mist. Oh, yeah. Oh, shit. I had a fun day today. I went live on Twitch for about 4 hours, just Twitch alone. Because on Twitch I could play music other than my own music. So we had a good little time on Twitch. Well, why do people always got to come in here and act a fool and get blocked? But we will be back on the road tonight, guys. Friday night, not tonight. Friday night, we will be back on the road. In the morning, I got to go to the DMV and get some paperwork done, and we will be back and rolling ASAP. I got to go to the DMV in the morning, finish the paperwork, get the licensing done on the car, and we will be back on the road Friday night, tomorrow night, to haul ass and kick ass. But we will be in one of the other cars. We won't be in White Lightning. We'll be in the Batmobile. We'll be saying zoom, zoom, and a boom, boom. Yeah, right now I have been live 8 hours and 30 minutes. I have a total of 8 hours and 30 minutes live tonight. Well, today. What is the Batmobile? It's a car. A very fast one. I'm going to put Red Bull in the gas tank, grow some wings out of it. Only thing, what I do like about the studio is I can do a lot more stuff in the studio like I did earlier with the active shooter. To where in the car I can't do all of that. So I got a lot of work to do in the morning on getting the car up and going, getting all the equipment for the car back in the car. I got to put the antennas on it, the radios in it, the scanners, the booster in it. A lot of work. And then once the parts come in for the truck, I'll get it fixed. And then we'll have both of them on the road. That car has a whole bunch of names. The Batmobile, the Bullet. What flavor energy drink do I like? I like any of the energy drinks that are sugar-free. If they're sugar-free, I'll drink them. So this is Lake Como in Italy, Milan. Yeah, Lake Como. Right here's the Milan Plaza, which don't look all that great. Piazza Duca, I don't even know how to pronounce it. I have drank sugar-free Red Bull. But if I drink sugar-free Red Bull, I'm up for days. Hang on one second, guys. I'm going to put you straight on this for a minute. I will be right back. I'm going to put you on that, and then let me see this mic here. Let me go here. Hang on one second. I'll be right back.
And up to 607. Person number 4 and vehicle. 128, 1010. Rochester mid, 6 William, Ocean William 932, Silver Honda. One citizen for stop for 98 Honda. Plate will be expired. One Metro 1 en route 251. 14887 North.
1 small 5, CNC for a return call. 1 more now. For 1.
For 1, California, Stockdale.
1 West 50.
50 miles and Tuscaloosa.
Just over check the welfare at the McDonald's, 4600 meeting on a Hispanic male, gray ripped shirt, blue jeans, is hitting himself and running in and out of the trap. Crutching in and out of traffic, walking to the front of the business carrying a grocery bag.
West 50 copy. Speaking to 508, code 4. We'll be en route to 88.
Response prior for a suspicious person claims to be recognition integrity substance limited to RP person listed type of business alone. Second half is a subject, situation male, no shirt, blue pants, jumped the back fence, throwing objects at the business against the window. Checking them out, warning at the business. Thompson. Southeast. On a 10.901 Southeast and second half of the purple Camaro hit a subject occupying a bicycle. Southbound Southeast. Southbound.
Tom 7, 1086, I'll be en route.
Tom 7, confirm which call?
1022, switching to 1.
10-4.
Tom 7, I'll be 1086 en route to the north.
Tom 7. 1 Central, 1 10-4.
Can you guys hear me all right? All right, guys, I'm going to sign out for the night. I got to take care of some stuff for in the morning so I can get up early and go to the DMV. We are going to call it a night so I can handle some stuff. I got to go through some stuff right now. Get everything ready, the paperwork done. This video right now is from St. Julian's in Malta. So, guys, thank you for joining in. Thank you, all my admins, moderators, dispatch. Thank you, my wife. Thank you all for joining in. Thank you for the donations. How do you get some coffee? Go to twlives.online. twlives.online to get your coffee. But thank you all for joining in. Thank you for all the donations tonight. We will be live tomorrow night.
Bluetooth disconnected. Bluetooth connected.
And we'll see you guys on the next one. Always stay classy and never trashy. One love, one family. See you all on the next one.
Valley Core advised on injury.